Good afternoon, everyone. If we can come to order, and we'll start the meeting. You're very welcome to our planning meeting in the town hall. And first of all, have we any apologies? Councillor Rainey? Councillor Rainey? No other apologies? Anthony is due up, so he's coming. And my understanding is Josephine and Glenn are to be online. But we haven't seen them. Yeah, so we have. Yeah. Yeah, so we're current and we're ready to go. So we have the sign the minutes and confidential minutes of the meeting held on the 21st of September, and that has been done. Don't know exactly any of that, do we know? And declarations of interest, any declarations of interest? None, okay. And then matters arising out of the minutes? There's none that we are aware of. We take them page by page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19. And no matters arising out of the confidential minutes. Okay, done. Now we have 5 files for decision in paper A. I did them. There was none. Do you have anything to report to us about any applications, Darren? Is your...
Okay, good afternoon, members. As you note from the agenda, we have quite a few applications to be presented today. Following the publication of the agenda, a few agents have been in contact with me, and there's also a request from the planning officers in relation to one of the files. So, given the format, I thought I'd set these out in the agenda on the slide and the screen. You can see there the various applications that are being presented this month. So application 3 and 4, there's a request from the planning agent. This is for Sheridan for the toilets and the car park. Request from the planning agent for a deferral until the December meeting to allow them to attend as they weren't able to request speaking rights. And he has also suggested the committee should defer for a site visit, but that's for yourselves to decide. But certainly, as I say, he has requested a deferral to December to allow him to request speaking rights.
And just before we are sort of see there's different things there, I suppose the point that I want to make in general here is that in my view, there needs to be a very good reason for deferrals. And otherwise we get into a situation where there is applications deferred for this and for that, and we don't know whether we're coming or going with applications. So unless I would sort of suggest, from my point of view, that unless there is a clear reason and a substantial reason, and I think that's the general position of officers as well, that we really need to keep deferrals to a bare minimum with the very, very good reasons for them. Get you the other mic even. There you go.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And look, members, it's ultimately a matter for yourselves, but there is quite a few requests for deferrals this month. And just in terms of the planning committee protocol, members can defer an application to a subsequent meeting. And deferrals obviously have an impact on processing times. It also has an impact on our own workloads and quite heavy agendas and need for additional meetings. But really, deferrals should be rare and only supported when the committee, I suppose, are content that the outstanding issues can be addressed, not just because the agent has missed the agenda. And it's also dealt with in the planning committee protocol, members, and agents are well aware of that. It's been implemented from 2018, I think. And it says that agents, they won't be notified of when their applications are on the agenda, and we'll be expecting them to follow their own applications and be proactive. And I think, members, if you look at some of the reference numbers, they are quite old applications. Planning officers have been engaging with the agents on these applications and on the issues. So it certainly shouldn't be coming as a surprise that the applications are coming forward now at this stage for decision. So I suppose, members, when you're making your decision, if you could just, be mindful of those points. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Paul. And Robert?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Tom, I agree with you. I've sat in the chair before. I've taken that view as well. Unfortunately, deferrals do happen, and deferrals have happened sometimes when we get into the discussion with regard to an application, and somewhere along the line, somebody is saying, well, there's not enough information here, and we defer it, or there is somebody sick and couldn't attend. Can I point back the question then in regard to these three? I know two are co-joined and one is sort of separate to Darren. Are there any such issues like that we may come across before we even talk about the discussion?
Yeah, so just in request of or in relation to this request, this is application 3 and 4 for Sheridan, which is one planning agent. Application 5 from Moffat is a different agent. So in terms of 3 and 4, the Sheridan applications, the agent just missed the papers being published on the agenda and wasn't aware that it was actually on the agenda. That was the same for application 5 for the Moffat application. Again, the agent just wasn't aware that it was on the agenda and missed them. And as I say, is requesting a deferral to attend in December.
Yeah. Well, the unfortunate thing is, much as we would like to grant, I take the opinion that the chair, Tom, has voiced. We have a very heavy schedule here. We're putting additional time on our own staff. I don't see why we should defer them, but that's a personal opinion.
Yeah, thanks. John?
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, I'm over in England at the moment, and I had looked at these yesterday and last night, and I would agree with what you and Robert have said about deferrals. However, there's a number of issues. I think these sites are key to certain elements. I would like to see them, and I'm wondering would a site? I would have going to ask if we could have a deferral for a site visit before we even got into the nitty-gritty of application 3, 4, and 5. As I'm assuming they're quite close together, given the nature of all three applications. So that I'm not proposing we defer on the requests from the agents, but I'm proposing that we defer purely from our own point of view, that I would have liked to have seen the site, and I'm not sure whether other councillors would agree, but I would like to have a look and see for myself just exactly what the nature of that site, all three of those applications are.
Okay, John, thank you. Anthony?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, and I do agree with yourself, Robert. I don't like deferrals either, but I know this one here is, I'm not going to go into debate about it, but I know there's a bit of talk, a bit of hassle maybe about it, and there would be no harm to see it, so I'll second Councillor McCarthy's proposal to defer it. I think a site meeting would be useful. You mentioned a site meeting.
Okay, so we're talking about 3, 4, and 5.
Yes.
Yeah. Are we agreed then? All? Just bear with me till I get piece of technology to cooperate with me? We can do it a different way. We don't need this. Okay, Paul?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And look, I suppose, I wanted to query or tease out members just for the record. What is it that the members, or Councillor McCloughy, I suppose, feel that there would be benefit in visiting the site? What are the material planning matters that we want to go and look at on the site? Just we have that for the record.
John, did you want to comment?
Yes, please. Well, basically, it's just the fact that we have the pathways, the Ulster Way, and different pathways that travel on the cycle routes using this road, and I think we really need to see this road to see what impact it would have, and then the numbers included putting that amount of pedestrians onto that road. What additional dangers would that have compared to what it's already been used for, and what sort of speeds vehicles are going to be traveling? Because it may be that vehicles aren't able to travel at high speed on that road, or at any speed on that road anyway, and that it's just due diligence and concern for pedestrians may mitigate some of the reasons, but you need to see that yourself, and then use multiply it out in your own head. That was my own personal view. I would have myself, if I'd had time, I would have went up and looked at it myself in my own time, but when I'm not able to, then I'm wondering if we could all go and maybe DFI Roads would be there to speak to us as well, just to see what the concerns are.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Clark. I suppose it's just a note that application 3 and 4, there's no issues with pedestrian safety or road safety as reasons for refusal within those reports. They're all matters of natural heritage. And, in terms of, I suppose, a roads engineer, we could arrange potentially, if members were minded to defer the Moffat application, then potentially we could have the roads engineer appear at the next committee meeting. But it's just a note, application 3 and 4, there's no issues with road safety for those.
Okay, members. Are we agreeing to defer 3, 4, and 5? Yep, no objections. Josephine?
No, I don't have any objections, Chair. It's just to voice my support for these deferrals. And I do take on board what the planning officer has said, but speaking for myself, I always find it so helpful to actually hear the presentation from the applicant and or the agent. And, I find that insight really to be very valuable in helping us to come to a decision, particularly, when there are areas in the planning application that could be open to interpretation. So I would support the request for deferrals of 3, 4, and 5, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Can yourself and John perhaps take your hands down? And we're happy enough with that. Darren, you want to refer to any of the others that are? Mike would help.
Okay, members, so just to confirm then, applications 3 and 4 and 5 on paper A have been deferred for a site visit. That'll be arranged as soon as possible. Moving on then to paper B, you can see 1 to 5 are all to be presented today. Application 6, LA10 2022-0599, an outline application by McCann. Again, there's a similar request for an agent for deferral by an agent who missed the opportunity to request speaking rights. He's seeking a deferral until December to appear in front of the committee and answer questions about the application and present his case.
I think it is important, members, that we do send out a message here. If you miss the agenda, that is not our fault, and we are not going to be putting out deferrals on that basis.
Yeah, members, it's just, I suppose, just to realise that this is not covered in the planning protocol in terms of requests for deferrals because an agent has not been proactive in reviewing papers, which are placed regularly, and that's what they're being paid to do, to be honest. At this stage, our committee business is being progressed at the whim of agents, and that is not the way for us to do business and to manage our workloads. Our officers are working extremely hard to turn these applications around and bring them to committee, and it really isn't operating in line with our protocol, which we have all agreed.
Yep. Okay, so I'm not seeing any indication for deferral on that, so we're just going to take that as not. Are you happy enough there, Darren?
Yeah.
Nothing else to add?
So members, just to confirm then, paper B, application 6, LA 10 2022-0599. The request for the deferral has been denied and the application will be presented today. Moving on then, members, so application 8, LA 10 2020-836. It's a full application by HICS. There's a request from the agent for a deferral until December to allow them to resolve the issues that are outstanding. And look from the report, there's two issues, the pumping station, the adoption of the pumping station and the adoption of the roads. The agent has advised that they are well on with the adoption of the pumping station and would be optimistic that by the next meeting that would all be resolved. So he has asked for a deferral at this stage just to allow that to progress and for the application to be brought back in December when he'll provide an update to the meeting.
And can I ask, is the agent and so forth present here?
Well, they have requested speaking rights.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're available if we need them.
Paul?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Members, I suppose in looking at the application, it relates to unadopted streets and unadopted waste pumping station, which I suppose members have expressed concern about previously in other developments. So I think before members decide on whether to defer the application, it might be useful that they would hear an update on progress from the agent who's available for speaking rights, so that members are satisfied at this point that there's been enough of progress made on the issues, because the issues have been, I suppose, before the agent, he's been working on them, the agent and the developer now for some time. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, unless I'm hearing anything contrary, I'm going to propose that we do carry on here on this application today. John?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So the agent we can ask him to present us for that application. And do we need a proposer to allow that to happen since? No.
Just to confirm, councillors, that the application, the agent has speaking rights and will be attending in person if required. And as I say, he's just asked me rather than sit through the whole meeting, if it could be deferred for 1 month to allow him to resolve the issues and present his case next month. That's all.
So happy enough to take him and to hear what progress has been made. These cases can rum along. So there's a, in my view, a sort of duty bound to try to keep them moving as much as we can possibly do. Okay, Aaron?
Yeah, members, so just to confirm then, application 8 LA 10 2020-836F, the request for the deferral was denied and the application will be heard at this planning meeting. And finally, the members, application 9 LA 10 2022-0162, an outline application for trainer. Just to advise, amended plans and application forms have been received with a new planning agent. They were received on the 9th of November. That amends the scheme and changes the proposal significantly. In respect of that, then officers are requesting a deferral of the application and for the application to be delegated back to officers to consider the amended proposal within the scheme of delegation and allow the application to be advertised and re-neighbour notified. If members are content to delegate it back to officers, you will receive notification of the recommendation within the weekly lists and you can call it in at that stage should you wish and the application be brought back to you.
Okay. in the absence of a clear indication by this system nowadays, with all red lights on, was it Paul in first?
No, Robert is in for me.
Oh, okay, I'm going to take it in the order that I'm running around the room here. Robert?
Robert Peter.
Yeah, no, I'm happy enough with the update that Darren's provided, that we actually propose that we delegate this back to the officers to decide and bring back to a future planning meeting. Thank you. So that's my proposal, Chair. Thank you.
I'll second that, Chair.
Thank you, Paul. Are we all agreed? Okay, Darren?
Yeah, so just to confirm, members, application 9, LA 10 2022-162 has been deferred, and the application has been delegated back to officers to determine within the scheme of delegation. Okay, members, thank you for that. So moving on then to the applications. Paper A, application 1, LA 10 2022-0072, a proposed development of 23 touring caravan pitches for Castle Irvine Estate Limited on lands within Neacarn Estate, Castle Irvine Domain, Castle Street, Irvinstown. The recommendation is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 4 conditions. All members, and look then on the screen. The presentation just. Okay, so on the screen then is the site location map, and you can see the site identified by the yellow star with the red line around the boundary of the site. It's a rectangular shaped plot. The red line then extends down the laneway to meet the public road. And that's just a map then showing the location of the caravan, proposed caravan park. You can see the red is the centre of Irvinstown, and then you have the road coming out along the black arrow towards the application site, which is the yellow star. And then the listed building is on further. It's roughly in the area of the blue star. So give you an idea of where we are. Access then comes in off the public road and continues along the existing laneway and continues up to the boundary of the site, which is on the right-hand side. It's an existing area of hard standing, and it's used for parking of large vehicles, I understand, during the events at the domain. And the proposal then is to create an in-out arrangement, so an access point at the bottom of the site and the exit then at the top. And you come in a one-way system, and you can see then the orientation of the flow of traffic and the parking or the stands then for the caravans and the car parking then beside them. The application is accompanied by a landscaping plan, which shows the retention of the number of trees and green areas around the site, and also additional planting that's proposed. And then an aerial image just looking down on top of the location. So you can see the in-out arrangement and the existing hard standing. There are a number of houses nearby, members. You can see those on the screen. So 75 to the north, and then there's 2 properties to the right across the lane. But their amenity is not adversely affected by the development. So the recommendation then is to approve for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 4 conditions.
Okay. Thanks, Darren. And we have Eamon Loughery with us. Eamon, can you hear us?
Yes, Chair, I can hear you.
Okay, Eamon. You have 10 minutes, so.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm not going to take anywhere close to 10 minutes. I've heard your discussion today. You are busy. I wanted to turn up here on behalf of the applicant, Castle Irvine Estates Limited, to endorse the recommendation of the planning officer and welcome hopefully an approval to the application. I'm here to answer questions if anybody has it. We see this as a very positive development and investment in historic lands, and we hopefully look forward to getting on with the development and bringing more tourism to Fermanagh area. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer them, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Eamon. Have we any questions, members? Not seeing any. Okay, John?
Thank you, Chair. Eamon, can I just ask, I've read the report, and it Castle Street in Irvinstown, it says that there'll be no nuisance, and can your DFA haven't raised any concerns? Are you content that the system will operate correctly and that no nuisance will be caused to residents?
Yes, councillor. This is touring caravans are family orientated use, and the people in them are actually quite eco and green, and I don't foresee any issues arising from noise or disturbance from the users of the site. In addition to that, there is a substantial distance between the site and the nearby residents, and there's excellent vegetation between the properties to ensure that there's no overlooking, no noise, no disturbance of any nature. So we'd be very confident, councillor, that the two uses can operate successfully.
Okay, John?
Thank you, Chair. I think what Councillor Coyle was alluding to, and it was a similar question to myself, is more so the bottleneck at the entrance to Castle Street. But I mean, I know on big days they use the main or the grand entrance to the castle grounds, and I'm assuming if there was an event on outside the hours that these vehicles would follow the same one-way system as the competitors and eventers.
Yes, councillor, there would be on-site management, and people would be directed out of the site to the easiest and quickest route to avoid any congestion on the highway.
Thank you. I mean, with that question answered, then I mean, this isn't going to really be a massive change. It's really going to be maybe a slightly better surface on that car park, and the points for the use of the people in the caravans going in. Because obviously I walk my dog quite regularly up there, and I'm aware of that particular area. So I'm quite happy to see this further development taken on at Neacarn, and the progression of the Castle Irvine Demesne as it's going. So I'm going to propose that we go with the officer's recommendations on this.
Okay, thanks, John. Robert?
Yeah, I had no questions for him, and I know that Darren's not coming back. I'm happy to second the proposal as proposed by Councillor McCloughery. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, that concludes all of the questions, and we have the proposal on the table. Are we all agreed? Okay, Darren? You do keep hopping off there.
Okay, members, so the application LA 10 2022-0072, the recommendation then was to approve planning permission, subject to 4 conditions. Members have granted permission subject to those 4 conditions.
Okay, Eamon, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we're going to move on to our second application. That's reference LA 10 2022-0804F.
So application 2 then, members, LA 10 2022-0804. It's a full application for 12 self-catering apartments by the Killyhaven Hotel, and the location then is out at the hotel on the Dublin Road in Enniskillen. The recommendation is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 6 conditions. You'll note from the report, members, that the recommendation is to approve as the application meets planning policies, but an objection has been received from the statutory consultee, NI Water. They have advised that there is capacity in the Enniskillen wastewater treatment works, but the receiving foul sewage network has reached capacity. In other words, the pipes that transfer from the hotel to the wastewater treatment works. So that's the network. It has reached capacity, and there are no plans within the NI Water's current budgets to upgrade the system. In relation to that, upgrade and connection to the foul sewer network are matters for the applicant and NI Water to agree post-decision. The approval is recommended for approval subject to a condition which allows the development to commence, but only so far, in other words, up to the sub-floor level, until this issue has been resolved satisfactorily between the applicant or the developer and the NI Water. or an interim arrangement has been agreed to service the development. The agent is aware of this condition and is content with the proposed wording of it and has no issues with it. So, say, members, the recommendation is to approve, and I'll just take you through the details quickly then. So, I'm sure members are familiar with the location of the hotel, the building. Then there's an existing house on the site, and it'll be removed, and the new apartments constructed on top of it. So, it's in the location of the Yellow Star, and that's the house at the moment. So, it will be demolished, and the development then replace it. Block plan then showing the location of the existing bungalow and the garden area around it with its lawns, etc. There are a number of trees at the top of the slide. You can see the three larch, a crab apple and a rowan, and those will be removed to facilitate the development. The new building then will be constructed in the area of the red rectangle, and additional car parking then provided around the site with landscape garden areas out the front and paths. Downstairs on the ground floor you have 6 apartments, and those are on the screen in front of you. And then above those, you'll have the other 6, and they are split level, so they're staggered back slightly. And there's a balcony area at the front. So as I say, you're staggered there. So you can see the elevation facing the Dublin Road, single story, but towards the lake then is 2-story, with the balconies then on the top floor. The proposal also includes solar panels, and they're proposed on the roof. So members, the recommendation then is to approve the application for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 6 conditions.
Okay. And Earl?
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Darren, for the report. I have really no questions at this minute in time, and I heard your explanation with regard to the issues that Northern Ireland Water had. I'm happy enough to go to recommendation if that's allowed at this stage, and I'm happy to propose the recommendation as listed, the conditions listed. Thank you, Chair.
Cheers, Earl. Paul?
I'm happy enough to second that recommendation.
Okay. And Robert?
Yeah, no, I'm happy enough with the application. I'm slightly worried in regard to the comments contained within from Northern Ireland Water, because what they're saying is the treatment works have capacity, but the carrying pipework hasn't got capacity. I propose that we write directly now on the back of this application to Northern Ireland Water for them to explain fully what are the consequential knock-on effects from this, in that is the east end of Enniskillen now at such a case that it can no longer take any development as such unless another means of carrying the foul waste to the treatment plant is organised, which effectively could put a blight on any development. So that's my proposal. I think this is a very worrying effect, and we need further detail from them in regard to the areas affected within Enniskillen and their proposals for remediation. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Tommy?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, happy to second Robert's proposal, and certainly the concerns of Robert are reflected. We're aware, fully aware of the capacity being reached in a lot of our villages around, but now to see that even one of our major towns possibly may have that result as well, certainly deserves an urgent letter. Thank you, Chair.
Josephine?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm happy to support the officer's recommendation. Just wonder, could we have a bit more detail on the plans to replant and replace the trees that have been removed? Thank you.
Yeah. So members, as I say, on the screen then is that's the existing site plan. So you can see the 3 larch, the crab apple and the rowan are to be removed then, along with the 4 smaller trees to the right. To allow the car parking area to go in, there's a retaining wall to be constructed around those. In relation to the removal of the trees, the area around the hotel is well wooded and well treed and landscaped. The loss of those trees is not really a significant issue in terms of the wider context and appearance of the site. You can see beyond the car park, you've got the blue circles. Those trees are all to be retained as well. So In terms of replacement trees, it's not really necessary to provide any replacement trees specifically for those larch that are to be removed. The loss of the green area, then there'll be the landscape garden area out the front of the property. Now, we don't have any details of that specifically, members, but I'm sure given the nature of the hotel, it'll be done sympathetically and sensitively, and be of a high quality to reflect the remainder of the hotel estate. So that answers your question.
Happy enough, Josephine?
Oh, well, you know, I mean, it always saddens me, Chair, I have to say, that we seem to be losing trees all the time when there is development. I mean, I support this application because it brings many benefits in terms of the tourist project, the tourist potential of this development. And I think that is important, that we should promote tourism. But I'm always saddened by the removal of trees. Trees do represent a great source of carbon sequestration, and they do enhance our environment so much that I really feel sad when trees are taken away and are not replaced. I fully accept that the removal of these trees is necessary to allow the proposal, to allow the application to go forward and the provision of car parking, which is necessary. But surely on such an extensive site, we could find room for some more trees. And I would be grateful, Chair, and I would propose that we would write to the applicant through the agent and encourage him to do some planting to replace those trees that are lost, even though I accept it's not strictly necessary for the purposes of the planning application, but it certainly would be desirable, particularly from my point of view, Chair. Thank you.
Darren?
Yeah, just in relation to the comments, members, if you wish to add a condition on a planning condition onto the decision, if it is approved, that you know the developer or the applicant has to submit details of replacement trees to be planted within the grounds of the hotel, we can easily put that on as an additional condition. I don't think it's onerous or too much for the applicant. So if you wish to add a condition in, we can easily do that and agree that with the applicant outside of the planning or as part of the planning application process.
Well, Chair, I would propose that, and thank you, Darren, for that suggestion. Thank you.
Chair,
Robert?
Sorry, Robert. Go ahead.
No, I defer because Earl was the proposer, weren't you?
I was the initial proposer. I'm happy to, bring that into my own proposal, the extra condition going on there. So if that makes it easier, I'm happy to add that in.
I'll agree to second that addition.
Okay, well, I'll keep it neat. Who seconded it originally? Paul, so you second that? Okay. Okay, are we all agreed on the approval with that condition? Yes, thank you. And are we all agreed on Robert's proposal, seconded by Tommy, to write? Okay.
So just to confirm then, application number 2, LA 10 2022-0804, members have granted planning approval for the application subject to 6 conditions within the report, along with an additional condition requiring replacement tree planting as mitigation for the loss of trees. If members are agreeable, if the wording of that could be delegated to officers just to ensure that we get the appropriate wording and it's all correct.
Chair, happy to propose the delegation to the officers. Okay.
And Paul, your second. All agreed? Thank you, members. Okay, we're going to move to application number 3, and that is LA 10 2021-1039.
Okay, members. So paper B then, application number 1, LA 10 2021-0388F, is a full application for a single-story extension to the rear and improvements to a dwelling at 66 Hillview Road. And the applicant then is C. Murray. The recommendation is to approve planning permission. The reasons listed within the report. and subject to 3 conditions. I'll just provide members with an update following the deferral last month. Amended plans and accompanying note have been received from the agent on the 15th of November. The plans are a reduction in the proposal and replace the oil tank and boiler and the wall with a gas boiler. The wall then around the boundary of the oil tank has been removed and is no longer part of this proposal. And I'll go through those in detail, members, then on the screen and let you see those. In relation to the receipt of those plans, they came in on the 15th of November, members, so it was very recent.
Darren, just one. We have a couple of people here. We have the agent in person. The objectors. Oh, yeah. Okay, so Bernice and Sharon with us. You're very welcome. So, sorry, Dan, just start again.
I'll just start that application again then. So paper B, application number 1, LA 10 2021 0388F. It's a full application for a single-story extension to the rear and improvements to a dwelling at 76 Hillview Road, Enniskillen, and the applicant is C. Murray. The recommendation within the report, members, is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed and subject to 3 conditions. So just to provide members with an update following the meeting last month where there was a deferral of the application, the applicant has submitted amended plans along with an accompanying note from the agent on the 15th of November. The plans are a reduction in the proposal and replace the oil tank and boiler with a gas boiler. The wall then around the oil tank has been removed and is no longer part of this proposal. I'll put those images on the screen, members, in a second for you to review them. Although the plans are an amendment to the application, the council has the discretion of whether this amended proposal requires a fresh round of public consultation. In other words, do neighbours need to be re-notified of the proposal? Given the amendments remove development beside the objectors and as a lesser scheme, there's considered to be no prejudice in proceeding to consider the plans today. The objectors have been made aware of the receipt of the amended plans and a copy was left with them yesterday and they have the opportunity to speak today about those plans and are aware of what's before them. Just to confirm as well, members, that the agent and applicant had requested speaking rights for the application and that had been granted. In an email, they have withdrawn their speaking rights, so they'll not be speaking today. So members will be familiar with this site then. So it's number 76, and you can see the image on screen. That's just the location again in relation to the other properties nearby. So either side of the site are 74 and 78, and you can see the staggered position in relation to the application site and number 78. And again, members, just to make you aware of where the property is. So it's the central property, number 76, with the yellow star. And you can see beside 74 and 78 then, which is the third party's property. That's the view then from the rear. You'll recall from the site visit, members. So the application site is the yellow star. And these are the plans then that were originally submitted. So these are dated January 2022, and these were under consideration at the previous meeting. Those plans have been superseded then by the amended plans that have been received on the 15th of November. So the plans, there's 2 drawings. The first one shows the location of the extension in relation to the existing house. So you can see it's annotated existing dwelling and then proposed extension. And there's also an annotation then stating existing grass lawn. I'll come on to that in a second. So the amended plans, members, just take you through the details of those. So number 1 at the top left, you can see is a new ground floor bedroom. Then you have a new shower room. The blue line then is the existing boundary of the rear of the property. You have the existing kitchen, the existing sitting room. And then over on the right, members, sorry, you have the gas tank and a gas combi boiler. Just to zoom in more details, members, then the actual extension itself comes out from the rear of the property and has a shower room, a lobby area, and then the ground floor bedroom. And you'll recall from the site visit, members, that's an image just of the rear of the property with extensions coming out. And then that's an image of the rear elevation. So this is at the back of the house, looking towards the top of the steps, looking towards the back of the house. And then a side elevation from the adjacent property number 74. And then the other side elevations, this is from number 78's view, looking towards the application site. So you can see the extension coming out from the property with the window and the door, and there's also a new window then in the side gable of the property. Separation distances, members, to the common boundary are shown on the screen. So from the top then, window is 3.5 metres. From the back door to the boundary is 2.7, and then from the window will be around 1.8 metres to the common boundary. So just to scrutinise the detail of the amended plans, remember, so I've numbered these 1 to 6, and I'll just go through them from the top to the bottom. Number 1 states that the existing ground level will be retained. Number 2, existing grass lawn area to be retained. Number 3 then is a gas chamber which is chained to the wall. Number 4 then, existing close boarded timber panel fence to be retained at its current height. Number 5 then states the existing garden shed to retain in its current position. And then number 6 at the bottom, you can see the gas combi boiler, which is inside the property. So just in relation to the numbers 1 and 2, existing ground levels will be retained, so there'll be no change to that area. At the moment, if members recall, when you come in the steps or in the back gate, this area just to your left was at a higher level than the ground level of the property. It does say existing grass lawn area to be retained, and members I'm sure will recall that was not a grass lawn area. It is not. Just to confirm, it is not a grass lawn area. It's currently got stones on it and has a number of plants and pots, etc. And there's also a fence partly through the site. However, that isn't relevant to this application. There's no planning permission required. If the applicant wanted to change that to a grass lawn area tomorrow, they could go ahead and do that without planning permission. So the fact that the drawing is incorrect is not relevant or material to this application, and no amended plans are required. In terms of the levels, members, you can see the extension comes out from the back of the property and will cut into the ground level, which will be reduced down. And you can see existing ground level in red, and the reduced ground level will be in green then, with the steps up to the green line. The new plans then also include an elevation of the rear fence. So this is you at the back door looking up towards the rear boundary, and you can see the steps up to the fence with the gate in it. That boundary fence will be retained. The drawing also includes another elevation, which is if you come out the back door of the property and look to the right. Again, members, this drawing I don't consider to be entirely accurate. However, I don't think it's material to the application or has any impact upon the consideration today. So the ground level of the yard will be at the same ground level as the back door of the property. So that is correct. There's no issues there. You can see the yellow star, which is the existing wall to be retained with the fence above it. And again, I consider that to be an accurate reflection of what's there at the moment. The garden shed will be retained in its current position. However, the finished floor level of the garden shed is wrong in that drawing. It's showing it at the same level as the existing ground level, which it's not. The base of the shed is probably at the top of those 3 steps. But again, that's not relevant to this application or material before you today. Over on the left, the blue star shows the annotation existing rear garden level retained, and it points at the fence. Again, members, that fence is not on the ground. It's not part of this proposal and is not before you. The existing rear garden level retained, although it points to the fence. If we go back to the previous drawing, you can see there at the top, that's the existing ground level to be retained. So it's that area as you come in the gate on the back left. So again, members, although this is included on the plans, it's not part of this application and is not before you. The fence is not proposed within the description. In terms of the photographs, then, members, you'll recall from the site visit, that's the third party's property and the applicant's property on the left. And you can see the shed then on the left-hand side of the common boundary. Just moving along then, you can see the wall then with the fence above it, and the shed with the 2 windows then on the right-hand side. And again, members, that's just an image of the 2 windows. And then this is the site photo taken from inside number 76. Facing towards the application site. Members will recall from the previous meeting that there were a number of slides put up where the objector had submitted representations objecting to the application. I've included those in the slide today just for information only. Given the change to the application and the amendments that have been proposed, I don't consider there's any issues in relation to the impact upon the neighbours, but I have included them if the objectors wish to refer to them. So I'll just go through those. Okay, members, so just in relation to the objector's property, again, you can see there number 78, it's the yellow star. And that's the view then at the front of their house, looking down their pathway towards the road. Planning history, members, at number 76, the application site, there's an approval for a single-storey rear extension to dwelling. And you can see that's a rectangular-shaped extension coming out from the rear of the property for a bedroom and ensuite. The green line then is the common boundary between the two properties. Over on the other side then, there was an application for a single-storey rear extension at number 80. That appeal was refused and the application was refused planning permission and the subsequent appeal was dismissed and permission granted. And that's an image then looking down at that application that was refused for reasons of overlooking. And as I said, the PAC granted it on appeal. Members, the recommendation then is to approve planning permission for the amended plans received on the 15th of November. Given the amendments remove the oil tank and the wall, the recommendation then within the report to include 2 planning conditions should be amended, and there should only be 1 planning condition: that the development hereby permitted shall be begun before the expiration of 5 years from the date of this permission. There's no need to get details of the firewall as it has been removed, and there's no need to condition the height of the firewall, as I say, because it has been removed.
Okay, thanks, Darren. And Sharon, you have 5 minutes. If you just, that's it.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm looking for the slide, Darren, through the chair. One of the slides we had produced showing the boundary fences from the overview, please. While that's going on, I'll just continue that. No, the next one. No, next one. Sorry, I didn't get the slide numbers. Yeah, that one. Yesterday, amended drawings for this application were hand-delivered to our door at the 11th hour, which is an impartial committee you're going to have to make a ruling on. It is regretful that we were afforded limited time to properly consider them in detail, and I have to note that the text on them is completely unreadable. This is not acceptable, and both of the amendments were quite hard to read. If you remember from the last meeting, I spoke about inaccurate information contained on an annotation on the design. This commissioned graphic provided by us as evidence has been referred to and accepted as representing what is actually factually on the ground along the boundary line to show the situation between the properties as you've seen on your site visit. Over the last 20 months, there have been numerous submissions from the agent containing inaccurate information on his designs, which were challenged in our representations. And I feel yet we are here again today looking at an amendment that is factually incorrect. As I say, you'll see on that design, it actually shows the boundary line, the boundary wall of 1 metre with a 0.8 metre high fence, open slat fence on it. On the inside, on the applicant side, is a 0.1 open slat fence, and it stops at the back of the shed. If you want to go down now, Darren, to the actual amended drawings that were submitted for me, please, on screen. And as you can see on this, members, the agent would continue to have you believe that there is an existing closed boarded panel fencing running the full length of the existing boundary between the properties of the applicant's side from the corner of our entrance along the boundary line and way past the existing shed. At the last meeting, in a response to Councillor Campbell, Darren acknowledged that there was an issue with the annotation about the existing fencing, but that it was not material for consideration. But members, when you're an objector and it is your home and your quality of living and environment at stake, all words, drawings, measurements and annotations matter and show intent. Real lives and living conditions matter that will be affected by misinformation. You are being asked to grant planning permission by default for a non-existent this is actually going to end up worse than the firewall if it is allowed to go ahead under approval, because we will then be looking at a 3-metre high block panel fence wall from the ground level of our property that would run the full length of the boundary line, which would be akin to the gable wall that was refused previously and would both affect both windows in the gable by way of loss, light, overshadowing and dominance. Officers here today can confirm that in January of this year I received an apology from them about that the fencing and drawings being submitted was incorrect, and the application would be held and not proceed until such times as everybody would liaise with the agent to ensure that they were correct. And even after this assurance, the agent still was allowed to submit inaccurate designs in January, and they then went on for approval. But my question is why this agent continues and repeatedly submits information, gets away with it. Why, after acknowledging last month there is a design issue, we are now sitting in front of you with inaccurate fencing on that screen. Regretfully, the agent is not here to answer why he would have you believe this closed boarded panel fencing exists. Thankfully, we are grateful the oil tank and firewall have been changed to the gas heating system, and from the design I can see that the house is now going to be heated by an 11 kg cylinder strapped to the wall that is meant solely for domestic use. I wish to conclude by simply saying that the fencing portrayed on this amendment simply cannot be given approval under planning permission by default, as it will ultimately result in the same issues we have been deliberating over for the last 2 months. And it is simply an utter and flagrant abuse of the whole process that we've been involved with, and it's totally unacceptable. And I would ask the agent is requested to amend this information on his drawings to ensure that it is removed in the expediency of getting this approval for his client. And while it might take a few more weeks to do this, if he had not persisted in putting incorrect drawings forward, then this could have been resolved today. I would like to make a suggestion that a condition be put on the application as well to ensure that the boundary treatments that currently remain between the two properties stays as they are in perpetuity, as was previously suggested on page 5 of the Development Manager's Officer's Report. This means that the applicant gets their building and their extension, which we are delighted, and that we get to keep the light of day. I would like to thank each and every one of you for the time and effort you have given to understand some of the complexities and anomalies of this case. I appreciate the impartial work this committee undertakes, and I know that I have acted and engaged with integrity and honesty throughout this process, and my conscience is clear in my effort to protect my parents' living conditions from repeated designs that will cause any impact on their amenity space to an unacceptable level by causing loss of light, overshadow and dominance. And with that, I'd just like to thank you all, and if you have any questions, let me know and I'll answer them for you.
Just before, just address that whole issue of inaccuracy.
Yeah, members, so the plans in front of you, as I say, the ground level to be retained, existing grass lawn area to be retained, that's not an issue. In terms of the fence, you can see from that plan that's been put on the screen, there is no proposed fence annotated or indicated on that plan. So from a planning officer's point of view, I'm not sitting looking at a drawing which says there's a fence to be proposed along there. If there was, it would need to be included and written on clearly for everybody to see that.
It's not a proposal.
So I go back to that drawing there, members. Shows your side elevation looking towards the neighbour's property. That fence line there, as I say, that's not part of this application. It's not part of the proposal. It's not accompanied by any detail of where that's going to go or what it's for. So I don't consider it to be part of this application. In terms of the boundary, members, yes, the detail on the plans could be much improved, I'll be honest. But the question before you is whether you have enough information to determine the application. So you've been out to the site. We have all seen the location of the objective property. Everybody's familiar with the wall along the common boundary with the fence above it. So there's no confusion there. Although the drawings, as I say, may not be accurate in terms of being 100% according to what's on the ground. There's no development as part of that part of the site. There's no application to extend it or change it or do anything there. The application is to extend the house. So what you have on the ground is not going to change according to the proposed plans.
Any questions, members? No indication, so thank you, Sharon. And then we have Bernice.
Margaret, Ciarán, thanks Darren and all the members. I would just say at this point, I suppose there are still outstanding questions. Sharon has made the case once again on the entire situation. And for the record, for members' information, I had asked for change and amending, particularly to the siting of the oil tank and firewall, as absolutely nobody in this situation is objecting whatsoever to Carmen Murray's request and need for disability access and the extension to her home for her health and well-being needs. That's clearly understood. This is about the ancillary works, which of course Darren has already outlined. The material consideration is in front of members, but the ancillary works still cause the problem. And so it is here today that I would encourage and ask that the issue that Sharon has already clearly outlined is endeavoured to be met. I already did, as members suggested, at last month's meeting, had discussions with the architect and indeed the family. And it was hoped that a meeting of minds would take place, without a doubt. Now, I was delighted to receive amended drawings and plans, but you've heard from Sharon here already that there is still an issue. I want it thrashed out properly and clearly here today, Ciarán, that we are all satisfied that all the needs are met in this instance. And now the architect has clearly explained how he has made his changes and the issues for his applicant, of which is clearly understood. I note the removal of the wall and oil tank from beside the property means that there is no longer any development within that area. But are we sure that that has been arrived at a satisfied solution? I can't be sure. So, and I'm clearly listening to your warning at the start of the meeting as well. We don't want any more deferrals. I certainly don't want a refusal on this application. I'm supporting its approval, but I'm also supporting that the issues are heard and clearly thrashed out before we all leave here today. And you've heard Sharon's outline on the condition and the suggestion that has been made. And if I can as well, can I ask about the inaccuracy as well? Just repeat it again, please, Ciarán. And I just conclude by that. And in the season that it is, I want peace and goodwill to all men and women. Guramagat.
Okay, thanks, Bernice. Darren? Do you have any comments?
Nothing really to add, members. If you wish, happy to take questions.
Okay, Robert?
No questions for Darren, but I'm just going to make a comment and then a proposal. Look, we went out and had a look at this. We had a site visit. The issue at hand was not anything to do with the extension. I think the extension actually meets criteria and the objectors actually welcome it as well. The issues that were at hand were basically the oil tank and the shed. I'm glad to hear that Councillor Swift actually has had subsequent discussions with the architect and obviously the applicant, and streaming out of that, the issues that we as a committee had some concerns around are removed. What I would say is, if anything is carried out that is not on the plan, that is a question for enforcement. Okay? And what has happened now is no works are taking place, as stated on the drawings that are coming before us now, in that area. They will stay as they are. So if anything happens to that, and I'm saying this to the objector, then it's a matter for enforcement. It is not a matter for us to condition such now at approval. That is the wrong procedure and the wrong mechanism to actually stop anything. And because of that, I am happy now to actually make a proposal that we go with the planning officer's recommendation for an approval. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Robert. Tommy?
Hi, Gary, thanks, Chair. If I could just ask a question, to be clear, the drawings with the fence, with this new proposed fence, I'm correct in saying that they are not material to this application? That they're not material to the planning application?
So
Now,
members-
having said that, is there any mechanism where we could instruct or condition that the drawing with the fence, as was indicated to the committee, is not part of this application and therefore would not, by the fact of it being presented to us in a drawing, would automatically be approved if we do proceed to approve, which is most likely because we have very little reason otherwise. But just on the fence and on the presentation of the drawing to this committee, and do we have any control over or instruction or condition that we can put on this application to prevent that fence being as per the drawing?
Yeah, so in terms of the fence, I put the slide on the screen there. Remember, you can see the fence to the side of the shed. That's not there at the moment. There's no indication that that's proposed on the block plan or is included in the description or is part of this. So my reading of that is that it's not part of this application. If you want, I can confirm that with the agent before a decision is issued and get that in writing from them and get it removed from the plans before they are issued. So that's the first option available to you. The second one then is that if the agent or the applicant or the homeowner has permitted development rights, as you know, along that boundary, they could erect a 2-metre fence along there and it is permitted development. You can, if you want, issue planning approval and remove permitted development rights where you feel that condition would meet the tests of a planning condition. Now, the question before planners would be whether or not it is necessary to remove those permitted development rights. And the view of officers is that those permitted development rights are there for a reason. We wouldn't consider it's necessary to remove them, but that's ultimately your decision. So you can remove the PD rights for a fence there, taking it from 2 metres down to, for example, 1 metre. But bearing in mind, members, that if that is a garden area, people will sit there and will look in that window. You know, so the permitted development rights are there for a reason. They're there just for people to put fences up, to screen sites, to stop overlooking. If you reduce it down to 1 metre, then planning permission is needed to put a fence up to screen the views from that garden area into those windows.
Clear, but leaves it very unclear at the same time. We're on a hook. Paul, would you have any advice? Sorry, Darren, not to undermine your advice there, but if I could just go to Paul for any further suggestions.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Maguire. Look, really, Darren has set out the two options here for you. And in my opinion, that is an existing elevation, so it's not material to the current application that's before you. So in approving the application, you're not granting approval for that fence. It's clearly indicated as existing, but there is always this permitted development, and we have discussed it at previous meetings. And it's really, I suppose, members, it's really the option of yourselves and weighing all these matters up, whether you want to restrict permitted development along that boundary by condition. The view of officers is doesn't meet the legal tests. It's not necessary or reasonable. Those benefits are there so the public can take advantage of them. We wouldn't ordinarily, through applications, remove those rights, but it's ultimately a matter for yourselves if you feel it's necessary.
I don't think that I'd be going down the road of restricting permitted development because that would have further implications for the committee going forward and for us as a planning group. So I think at this instance, I'm going to have to second Robert's proposal that we go with the recommendation for approval. With the, unfortunately, all we're left with is the hope that such a fence is not erected. But within the planning scheme, that's the only options open to me at this stage, I believe. Margaret, thanks.
Okay. No further questions. we have the proposal that we go with the recommendation for approval. Are we all agreed, members? Yes? Okay. Darren?
Okay, members, so application number 1, LA 10 2021-0388/F. The recommendation was to approve planning permission within the report and subject to 3 conditions. Members have granted planning permission to the amended plans that were received. In relation to conditions, members, as I say, 2 of the conditions are no longer necessary. So condition 1 and condition 2 should be removed. And it's proposed then that there's only 1 planning condition, that the development hereby permitted shall be begun within 5 years of the date of this permission. Members have granted permission subject to that 1 condition.
Okay, can I have a proposal and second on that? And John and Tommy, all agreed? Okay, thanks Sharon and Bernice. Okay, we're moving on. Speakers. And this is LA 10 2021 1254, and we're just going to get our speakers in. We have okay. You're all very welcome, and we will come around to you just in a few minutes. I'm going to ask Darren to outline the application.
Okay, members, so paper B, application number 2, LA 10 2021 1254 DCA, so that's a demolition consent for the part demolition of a stone wall to provide a pedestrian gateway, the rear of 65 Main Street in Lisnaskea. And the recommendation is to approve demolition consent for the reasons listed within the report. No conditions are proposed as they are not necessary. Members will recall from the previous meeting and also from the site visit, that's the location of the property with the site location on the red line then on the left-hand side of the slide. An aerial image then looking down, you can see number 65 along the street frontage with the buildings then at the rear, immediate rear of the property. You can also see then adjacent to the site is 67J and 67G. So the proposal then is in relation to a wall that runs along the boundary there at the rear of 65. You can see it annotated on the plan that is on the screen. So there's a yard then along the side of the wall. That's an image then of the wall on the top right. You can see some works have occurred to the wall and have ceased in relation to the demolition. And that's just another image showing the gap in the wall at the moment. So what's proposed then, members, the top slide then is an image of the works of the wall before the works commenced. And as you can see, there were no openings along the wall. And the bottom slide then is the proposal, which is before you, which is to cut a hole to provide a pedestrian gate. So although there is a large element, as you can see, of the wall has been demolished, the application before you is only seeking consent to demolish a small part of it to allow the pedestrian gateway to go ahead. The wall will have to be reinstated back to that condition unless consent is granted for its removal. Again, just the plans then on the left, you can see the wall prior to the works. And then the right-hand side shows the gateway as part of the proposal. So members, to say the proposal is to demolish part of a wall inside Lisnaskea Conservation Area The wall is not listed, but it is within the conservation area, and therefore consent is required to carry out works to it. Work has commenced, as you'll note from the slides and also the site visit, is to create a pedestrian access to the rear of the house. The wall is considered to make no material contribution to the character and appearance of the conservation area or the wider area. A substantial portion of the wall remains and will be retained. Under the accompanying application 1251, the gap will have a pedestrian gate on it. This is designed sympathetically with the conservation area location and will preserve the character and appearance of the wall within its local and wider area. So overall, the recommendation is to approve the demolition consent for the reasons listed within the report.
Okay, thank you, Darren. And we have now Gregory Bernie, Gisette Pott and Martin Wheeler as objectors. And between you, you have 5 minutes. So whoever wants to lead and work there. And then we have Tom also speaking in objection to the application. So.
Good afternoon. Everybody hear me, yeah?
Yep.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Council. As you know, my name is Gregory Bernie. I own a property at 61 Main Street. I am here to represent Barry McCormick, Bally Aaron, Carmen Murphy, and obviously myself. I'm checking the plan. Sorry, got up myself here. My objection to us in the wall, the pedestrian walkway. As you know, the work has already begun. The garden is very prior planning permission. An enforcement case had been considered for this wall, but yet the wall hasn't been rebuilt. This wall provided security for the back of our properties. It left only one way to get down to the back of our houses, and that was by the way of the Sentry, which has 24-hour security cameras operating. If access is provided through the wall, this will leave the older residents feeling very vulnerable about how safe they are in their own houses. During this work that has been done, the applicant and his builders have damaged the side of the restaurant with a dumper, and is refusing to fix the damage thus far. Police have spoken to the applicant and we await the outcome. On another occasion, the applicant parked his vehicle in the yard of 61 Main Street, blocking the resident from getting out. The resident was keen to go to see his mother, who was very ill in the hospital at the time. After 24 hours had gone by, he still refused to move the said vehicle, at which stage the police were informed and police took the applicant to the yard and moved. This is causing great concern for the neighbours and makes everyone feel that the space and rights are being infringed upon without any protection from the authorities. The applicant has no right of way over 57, 59 or 61 Main Street to gain access to 65. He has damaged a number of properties since he started the work on this property. I hope you appreciate our deep concerns over this matter. I would ask you to not to consider approving the application due to the detrimental impact on the neighbours, which of course is a key planning matter and concern. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And yes, thank you for allowing us to have the opportunity to speak to you. We also like to talk about the wall itself. And the reason why Mr. Carey mentioned it was actually removed because it was unsafe. I'm actually an eyewitness to the fact that I represent, by the way, all of the apartments of number 8 of the Lichley Ski Management Company. And so I'm here representing them all. I was actually working at apartment 8, so I got a bird's eye view almost of the wall in the area. And it took the workmen a good couple of days or so to actually dismantle the wall. So if it was actually structurally unsafe, it would have just been pushed over very easily. So it was actually, we feel, an intention to actually remove the wall in order to gain access. And of course, that's now been stopped. And so hence, that's why we're here. But we do feel that actually the wall wasn't unsafe. It was structurally sound. And I was witnessing to the fact that the workmen took probably 2 days or so to take the wall down. And it wasn't just an easy job. So we'd like you to take that into consideration, that actually we feel that this was just a plan to try and gain extra access, which of course is denied anyway because of access right issues with the other properties. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today with relation to this application. So my name is Josette. I live and own apartment 6, 67 Main Street, which is directly attached to the rear of 65 Main Street. As you know, 67 Main Street is a listed building, and it includes a stone-walled garden to the rear, which spans the length of our garden all the way down to the sports centre. Now, I mention this because the proposed gateway is located within a continuation of that listed wall, and I would ask for consideration as to what point that wall is no longer considered listed, as it spans the same boundary of both property 65 and 67. As such, I feel that it's a shame that a part of history was destroyed, and for what reason, when the gate would not be able to go anywhere without trespassing onto neighbouring land. Now, I understand that the applicant stated that he removed the wall for safety reasons. However, to my knowledge, the stone wall was very strong. The only wall to be of concern safety-wise is the rendered wall on the other side, which is shared between 65 and 67, of which the applicant claims he owns. Safety concerns over the crumbling and leaning wall were reported to Mr. Carey, but so far nothing has been done to sort it out. So if safety was of concern, then of course the rendered wall would also have been repaired. However, that has not happened. So I believe that the stone wall was demolished not for safety concerns, but rather as an excuse to gain access onto neighbouring property.
Okay, thank you. Have we any questions, members? No questions? Okay, we're moving on to Tom, Elliot, Emily, and Tom, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair and Planning Committee. I do know that you had a site meeting, or it was the intention to have a site meeting following the deferral at the last committee meeting in September. Not sure what you found on site, or if there's been any comment around that, or any response from the planning officers in regards to that. But I'm sure you did see where the two areas where the pedestrian access or the access is on two different levels. It's clearly not a simple breaking a hole in a wall and having a simple walking from one section to another. There is a different level there, so I'm sure you did see that. I'm sure you also seen the very significant gap that's in the wall at the moment, of which there was an enforcement file. And Chair, you will be aware that at the last meeting I raised the issue of the enforcement file. Planning officer said that there is nothing on it that's of any relevance or material to this application. I actually got a copy of the enforcement file, and the case officer on the 22nd of November 2019 said in the comments that the enforcement file was to be sent to OMA for further investigation. So obviously after that investigation, the report of the enforcement group meeting on the 23rd of the 1st, 2020, said with clear instructions that the wall was to be rebuilt. Demolition of the old stone wall has had an adverse effect on the character and appearance of the conservation area. So I do contest, Chair, that is very significant and relevant to this file, because it's the same wall, it's the same access that has been taken out of the wall. So to me, that is clearly relevant to this case. Chair, I said the rest of the comments in the previous previous committee meeting, so I've no reason to repeat all those again. So I'll leave it at that, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Tom. Okay, Darren.
Members, nothing really to add to the report. Just to remind members that the application has to be considered against material considerations and planning policy. A lot of the issues being raised are not material considerations and are not relevant today. In terms of the enforcement report, it's disappointing to hear it being taken out of context. The enforcement report relates to the breach in the wall, which is the big gap. I'll just go back. The big gap. And obviously, if we were sitting here today and it was seeking to create a gap of that size, there may be a different recommendation coming before you. But what's before you is for the gap to be created to make a pedestrian gate. So the wall will be returned to the slide at the bottom of the image. It'll not be as it currently is on the ground. So as I say, the enforcement report really isn't relevant or material and it's taken out of context to today's discussion.
Okay, members? John?
This John here, yeah.
Yep, John there.
Sorry, Darren, the day where, if you go back to the picture of shows the application with the door in the wall, that one there, thank you. There's a fair step up there, and I pointed that out on the site visit, and you said you would cover that today. I issues, you know, that wall is basically, that door on that there, it looks at ground level, but it actually will be floating in space. So I have issues around that, and I was wondering if you could cover that for me, please.
Okay, thanks, John.
So the members, just get there. So you can see the slide on the left is the wall before the works, and then the slide on the right is the one after the works. There is a difference in level on the right-hand side, and a step will more than likely be required. But that's for the developer or the applicant to go ahead and do himself. It doesn't need planning permission. It wouldn't need planning permission. What's before you is a demolition consent application. So your sole decision on this application is whether or not the hole should be created in that wall. That's what this application must be considered against. Any other issues related to all of that are not relevant to this DCA application. So I'd remind you, members, if you are making a decision on this, and when you do, it's purely on the basis of planning policy, which is the SPPS and BH14 demolition in the conservation area.
Thanks, Darren. Paul?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just one of the speakers had raised a query on whether the wall was listed. And I suppose just to be clear, members, the wall is not listed. So Section 80 of the Planning Act sets out what a listed building is, and it states that listing means the building, any object or structure within the curtilage of the building. So this is not within the curtilage of the building, so it's not listed. And many of the matters that members have been raised before you are not actually material planning matters, such as safety or damage or the potential motivations of the applicant going forward. So I say just to be cautious, members, and making your decision that it's material planning matters. Those have all been well considered within the report. Thanks.
Thanks, Paul. Robert?
Yeah, well, I suppose the issue that John has alluded to, I looked at as well, because if you pull the side elevations up, Darren. Can't quite see. What you're saying actually is not a complete representation of the situation on the ground. And the situation on the ground is that there is a difference in the level of the interior yard where that proposed pedestrian entrance exits from and the actual ground level on the adjoining area down below. But that, in my mind, raises, I consider, a material consideration with regard to the health and safety of people actually using that as a pedestrian entrance, because it's stated that it is a pedestrian entrance. And anybody actually using that entrance has to use it in a safe environment. And I suppose under our standards for quality dwellings and buildings, there would be a requirement that anybody using any opening would be using it in a safe environment. And anybody using that going forward, if it was constructed as proposed, would actually walk out and have a drop of 600 millimeters. And that actually would require some sort of compensation or remediation to get from one level to the other. Now, that is outside the red line, so I'm just asking the question, what were the proposal coming forward from the agent on behalf of the applicant to actually address what I consider severe health and safety reasons for anybody using that entrance?
Darren has covered that, but
Yeah, members, if I can just remind you all, we are here to determine the demolition consent. So that application for demolition consent is asking whether they can demolish this unlisted wall in the conservation area. Your material considerations then are planning policies. You have the legislation, you have the SPPS, and you have BH 14, which is demolition in the conservation area. Those are the material considerations. If the applicant wishes to have a drop of 600 mil, that's up to them. That is not the material consideration for you here today.
Sorry, I'm going to come back on that because we have a duty of care in regard that it is not an opening in a wall. It is a pedestrian access through a stone wall. And automatically, a pedestrian access has to provide a safe environment for anybody using that. So if they're going to drop 600 millimeters, if they walk out into that, I would presume as a duty of care as a planning authority, we would have at least looked into the options available to the applicant to mitigate that risk, because that is a risk.
Straight answer to that, no.
Well,
it's not a material consideration, members. If the applicant wishes to have a 600 mil drop, that's for them. If they want to go ahead with this application and have a drop like that, you may consider it to be unsafe, they may not. But what's before you is an application to demolish in the conservation area with planning policy material considerations. So that issue is outside of this consideration. You may take it into account maybe in the next one. In terms of the full application, it may be relevant there. We'll discuss that maybe under that application. But in terms of this demolition consent application, it's purely to do with the demolition of the wall.
okay, that's cleared that. Tommy?
I'm Gurmagad Carley. Thank you, Chair. I was minded last month to separate these two applications, but they were put together because it was quite clear to me. And again, having been on site and again, having listened to the objectors, and I made a note as the objectors spoke, and my note was no planning reasons. None that I'm aware of with my experience here or whatever little knowledge I have gathered. I can't see any planning reasons being put before us to refuse this. So I'm proposing the recommendation that we go with the officer's recommendation to approve this application for demolition. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Anthony?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I'll just make a comment before I second Tommy's proposal. Yeah, and I know where Robert's coming from there, but anybody will have a bit of common sense and they'll put in a step or a ramp on it when the time comes. Because I was on building sites myself, and that's what would be done: be 2 steps or ramp put into it. And it'll be nice to see a bit of traditional stone building done there, and it will be safe. There's going to be a stone arch on it, and it just as long as it's done well with traditional stone and arch, and happy to second Tommy's proposal.
Thank you. Glenn?
Chairman, I just want to state that I lost connection. Well, I lost sound and video for a couple of minutes at the start. So just with not being present for the duration, fully present, I won't take part in the decision, Chairman.
Okay.
No issue prior or since either. So it's not. It doesn't seem to be anything I need IT assistance with. So it's just a glitch of some sort. Thank you, Chairman.
And Earl?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I hear what our planning officer has said in answer to Councillor Irvine, but I would share the same concerns as Councillor Irvine. I was actually on site, as others were, on the day, and what horrendous weather we had out there in Lisnaskea. But, I share the concerns that Councillor Irvine has outlined today, so I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's no other indications, so we have the proposal by Tommy, seconded by Anthony. Are we all agreed? Okay. If we have okay, and Glenn's not taking part. John?
Four, yeah.
Kyle?
4.
4. Josephine?
4, Chair.
Anthony?
4.
Okay, Mary's not here. Robert? Thank you. Tommy?
4.
John Matari,
Regretfully, I'm going to have to go 4. I can't see a planning reason why we can't.
okay, Barry,
4.
thank you. I myself a 4. Alan's not here. Paul,
Against?
okay, and Earl.
Against.
Just a wee moment, we'll tot up the scores. 7, 4, and 3 against. So that. So Darren,
Okay, members, so application 2 then, LA 10 2021 1254 DCA. The recommendation was to approve demolition consent. So the reason listed within the report. Members have granted consent for the demolition as per the plans.
okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to follow on with application number 3, and that's LA 10 2021 1251.
So application 3 then, members, LA 10 2021 1251. Full application for the conversion of an existing outbuilding to provide ancillary accommodation to a dwelling and provision of a pedestrian gateway within the stone wall. The applicant then is M. Carey and the location is rear of 65 Main Street, Lisnaskea. Recommendation is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 3 reasons or 3 conditions. Well, again, members, I'll take you through the details. The site location plan then is on the screen. It's a red rectangle around the site boundary. And that's the location of the roadside dwelling along the main street, number 65. And you can see then out the back is the both properties to be converted. Just to note, members, number 67 adjacent to the site. The rear building then, you can see 67J and 67G. That building has been converted to apartments with approval for that. And that is a material consideration today in relation to the redevelopment or the conversion of a building in the back of existing properties. So the proposed change of use then, members, you can see the building then to be converted. It's the rectangle at the back of the yard. And then these again, members, are just some slides to show you on the ground. So the top slides are the wall that's coming out from the property. And then the bottom slide shows the right-hand side of the property. That's the wall again. Just carry on. So the proposal then is to change the use of that building at the back, members, say, with the red rectangle. And that's a slide just showing an image of the front of that building. And I'm sure members will recall from the site visit its appearance. So the plans include the existing plans and the proposed plans. So the top slide is the existing elevations, and you can see the windows and door openings. And then the proposed plans at the bottom. And it's really a case of spot the difference with very little other than the closure of one door to be replaced by the window. And that's annotated by the red star there. The roof will have blue-black natural slates, which will replace the green profile sheeting. The walls will be whitewashed stonework with white timber windows and white timber doors. The rainwater then is grey half-round UPVC with white softwood fascia on it. The rear of the building then, no real changes to it, none at all actually. The side elevation then, as you can see, the top slide is existing and the bottom slide then is the proposal for this pedestrian gateway coming through to the adjacent lands. Internally then, on the left, you can see the existing floor plans. So coming in the ground floor, you have 2 doors, to a store on the right and a store on the left, with an internal staircase taking up to the store on the first floor. Proposal then amends the layout slightly. There'll be a bedroom on the ground floor with the stairs coming in through the doorway and going up to the first floor, where there'll be a second bedroom and a hot press with an ensuite bathroom then for both bedrooms. In terms of the impact upon neighbouring properties, it's an important material consideration when you're developing or converting buildings at the back of existing properties. At the moment, 65 backs onto the property and 67 beside it back on. There are views from the proposed building towards 65 and 67. Obviously, the applicant lives at 65. In terms of 67, there are views towards it. However, for the reasons listed within the report, there's not considered to be any adverse impact upon their residential amenity. It is important to note that the property immediately at the rear of 67 is being converted. So there are already views into the rear of number 67. And you'll recall from the site visit, members, just the adjacent building that has been converted. You can see that on the screen. So, members, the recommendation then is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 3 conditions.
Okay, thank you, Darren. Gregor, is it yourself?
Yeah, thank you. Maybe you've seen that slide there where all the rubbish was piled up in the corner as it is. That's part of my objection when it comes to it. I'm objecting to the plan on the grounds that there's limited access to the properties as it stands. There's 10 properties there, of which 2 are businesses, one of which is a busy restaurant and takeaway. The entry is always in use, with supplies being delivered 6 days a week to the restaurant. At the minute, you'd be lucky enough to get up and down, out walking into somebody, or a car coming out, a car going in. The risk of fire, if it should occur, will have a devastating impact on the houses already there, as fire and emergency services have very limited room to gain access to the proposed building. The yard at 65 Main Street already serves as a rental property and a business. Another living accommodation would lead to further overcrowding, limited space, and for dust bins and recreation. Bins are already being left in the yard of 61 and 59 as it is, without any further living accommodation, and you can see that in the slide that Darren just showed there. My point is also, if the application for the outbuilding is for ancillary purposes to 65 Main Street, then why does the applicant require pedestrian access in the wall when you can already use the entrance that are already there by coming from the front street, which is 2 entrances? Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, very similar comments. Just to perhaps pose a question, I suppose, or make a statement, and that's regarding the fact that on the drawings, it highlights there's going to be 2 sleeping areas, bedrooms. Now, the thing is, if it's ancillary to the house, then perhaps you could be thinking of perhaps games room or extra sort of leisure area or space, etc. So the conversions next door have good access in and out for emergency services as well as deliveries and so on, because of very large gates and a courtyard. Gates big enough to get an ambulance in. Whereas where we're talking about here, it's totally landlocked. So for instance, if say number 65 goes to bed at night and locks their doors, because everyone locks their doors for safety reasons, what would then happen for those who are sleeping at the back in the event of a fire? They're actually trapped and there's no way they can get out. To perhaps have it as a work area, a work from home area, that kind of thing, I can see the safety behind that as regards to sort of functional use because people are awake, but to actually using that as sleeping accommodation and showing that as 2 separate sleeping accommodations, which really just highlights more along the lines of perhaps down the road, turning them into 2 flats and then using perhaps some kind of side access. But as things stand at the moment, I think it's a very dangerous building because it's actually landlocked all round and emergency services would not be able to get to that building at all. Thank you.
So thus far, the applicant has tried to gain access onto neighbouring land via the private courtyard of 67 Main Street, along with his builders. We were forced to get a solicitor to confirm to the applicant that a right-of-way does not exist and one will not be permitted in the future for workmen, occupants, or the applicant himself. Now, whilst I acknowledge that rights-of-way are not a consideration for planning permission, I would ask for consideration regarding the serious safety concerns of allowing permission for the rear of 65 to be converted into sleeping quarters, as the only means of access and escape would be via the main house of 65, which would, I assume, be locked overnight. This means that even if the applicant states that all access will be via the main building of 65 Main Street, overnight when the front building is locked, the rear will be landlocked on all 4 sides, preventing escape in an emergency and preventing access for emergency services. Now, I'd like the applicant to know that I have no issue with the rear of 65 being tidied up and restored. If anything, it would improve the area in general. However, I do have concerns over it being changed for sleeping quarters, as I believe that this would be incredibly dangerous.
Okay, thank you. Have we any questions, members? No questions. Okay, Tom?
Thank you very much again, Chair. And just a technical issue, I intended asking it before presented at the last case just before this, the wall. Just wondering why, if these normally go in numerical order, why 2021-1254 was taken before 2021-1251, but I'm sure you'll address that in the roundup. It's just a technical query because I see every other case goes in numerical order. But anyway, in this particular case, I'm going to refer to a number of planning policies, particularly Planning Policy Statement 3, PPS 3, Revised Access, Movement and Parking. 4.6 says a key planning objective is to ensure that a new development offers a realistic choice of access by walking, cycling and public transport while accommodating responsible use of a private car. Also refer to Policy AMP1, creating an accessible environment, 5.1, 5.4, Policy AMP2, access to public roads, Policy AMP7, car parking and servicing arrangements. And just a quote from a couple of those, I'm not going to read them all, Chair, you'll be pleased to know, but just to
You
quote,
have 5 minutes, Tom.
just a quote from a few. There is also a need to ensure that special attention is paid to areas outside buildings. Should there be a designated designed to facilitate ease of access for all pedestrians and wheelchair users? I have to say, I don't think this does allow for that at all, this particular proposal, because there is no direct access onto the public road. There's no access for car parking in that particular yard or garden. So I have to say there is no opportunity even to do that. There is no access directly to the public road, and the only one that I know is through number 65. There is no car parking or service arrangements provision shown in the application, as is required in Policy MP7 5.48. So that's just an example of some of the policies and access issues that there is. I know it has been highlighted by the objectors here as well. I know I'm making representation on a number of the neighbours there, and there are concerns around that. So there are a number of those particular planning policies that I believe this approval or this proposal doesn't meet, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Aaron?
Thank you, Chair. So just to go through some of the issues raised there, members, I'm just taking a note. So in relation to why the applicant has applied, really that's not relevant to the application. An applicant can make an application for planning permission, and it's up to the council then to determine it. The need for the additional bedrooms is obviously ancillary to the existing house. The layout of it shows that it's ancillary. There's no cooking or kitchen or anything like that. It's just bedrooms, so it's purely for accommodation. In terms then of potential future uses, for example, change to flats, the approval, if it's granted, would be subject to conditions that it's ancillary to the main house. So planning permission would be needed to change to flats, similar to next door has got approval for. In terms of the other issues, some of the other issues, building control will look after a lot of those. And the fire safety, the condition of the building, whether it's structurally sound and safe, that'll all be building control matters, and something that they will have to get approval for from building control. Why was the applications not taken in numerical order? It's always been a rule of thumb for planners that you have to sort of take into consideration whether you'll allow the demolition consent first, and then whether you then allow the application for development afterwards. If you do it the other way around, you could end up approving full approval for something and then refusing demolition consent. So it'd be a bit the wrong order. So it's always been a normal procedure just to go with the DCA first. In terms of car parking, it is a material consideration, yeah, something that has to be taken into account. In this case, I think the fact that we all went to the site visit and everybody could park in the main street without any difficulty demonstrates that there's plenty of on-street car parking for everybody, for the applicants. It is ancillary accommodation to the main house. Don't forget that as well. And finally, then, in terms of disabled access, that is a planning policy. However, the planning policy really it's superseded by the legislation for DDA legislation, whatever its modern equivalent is. So planning officers would defer that to building control in relation to the design and the layout of it. And that'll all be resolved through those separate pieces of legislation rather than through the planning policy. In this case, the fact there's no lifts, etc. It's common that there's buildings converted and they don't have lifts, so we wouldn't want to start refusing them and requiring lifts. Building control will look after all of those issues.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. Oh.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And look, it is just, I suppose, they support Darren's view there that many of those issues are building control issues, and they aren't issues that we have expert knowledge on, and that's why they fall the building control to consider, because those people in building control, those engineers, they will be experts on those matters. We aren't. They're not planning, material planning matters, and we don't have the expertise to be weighing those up. So they're not material considerations. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Tommy.
Thank you, Chair. Well, again, having listened to all the objectors, I find very few planning reasons for overturning the officer's decision. So I'm quite happy to propose the recommendation as outlined at point 8. Chair, for approval.
Okay. John Mathari.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, a question to Darren. If we were minded to allow this to go with the recommendations, can we place restrictions on it to ensure that all the adequate access, or is that just simply a building control matter? Can we ensure that the proper access to this accommodation and the concerns that the objectors have raised with potential residents of that accommodation or users of that accommodation, are those all going to be met either by restrictions that we can put on or by restrictions that building control will ensure are carried out?
Yeah, so members, it's important to remember that building control is a separate function within the council. And although we work together and we are joined together, they do have two separate legislative bases and backgrounds. So they are the experts, as Paul says, on building control matters, and that will relate to fire safety and smoke alarms and all those things. That will have to be approved through them separately from planning. So it's not something that we could condition as part of a planning application, and will require their consent separately.
Okay, Robert.
It's just a hypothetical question. I know Darren doesn't like asking for hypothetical questions, but now that consent has been given for the opening, let's call it a pedestrian gate through that wall. I presume the occupiers on the other side of the wall can do what they want in regard to permitted development, erecting a fence or something like that, can't they?
I wouldn't want to use the phrase "do what you want," but certainly they'll permit a development rights.
That's a good one, or no? So there's access there, but the owners are well within the rights of the property adjoining that to erect whatever they want within permitted development rights across that opening. Is that correct?
Permitted development rights are there to be taken advantage of.
Permitted development rights are there, so they can do what they want. Yep, thank you.
Right.
Second, Councillor Maguire's proposal.
Okay, thank you. John?
Thank you, Chair. Darren, yeah, can you go back to the slide of the layout of the bedrooms? Now, we speak here at the committee, like when we have a housing development or that, and we ask, is that, an acceptable layout, you know, of quality. The two doors and one door being changed into a window, and not much of the facade of the building has been, changed. But whoever sleeps in that, in that accommodation, their amenity, their access to light and things, does that be taken into consideration? Because, is it quality accommodation, or does that play a part in planners, decision making?
Yes, so but light coming into a property is a material consideration. Not only the impact of a development on somebody else, but planning policy is written to create quality residential developments. So the light coming into the actual house itself is a material consideration. And there have been occasions where planners have gone down the road of refusing applications because there's been buildings either side of it completely dominating the proposed property, and no natural light was getting in. In this case here, they do have 2 large windows on the ground floor and one on the upper floor, which face into the yard, and there's plenty of light getting in there. So it would be very difficult to say that it's not a quality residential layout and a quality residential development. There are good sized bedrooms as well, good sized space. It would be very, very difficult to refuse an application on those grounds. And I don't think it would be sustainable in appeal as well.
Okay, Paul?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, I was just going to, I suppose, in the interest of clarity, in terms of debating PD, look, we'd always, I suppose, encourage applicants to engage with the planning authority if they were looking to take forward PD. It's just to acknowledge that sometimes within conservation areas or other sensitive areas like listed buildings, permitted development rights are limited. So I just wouldn't want the sort of discussion in committee here to sort of insinuate the third parties that they could just proceed to build whatever it was. They should engage with the planning authority. Thanks.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other indications, so I have a proposal by Tommy, seconded by Barry, that we go ahead with the approval. Are we all in agreement? Okay. And Glenn, you were here for all of this one, weren't you? Yep.
Was, yes, Chair.
Okay. Are you for or against?
I'm in agreement. I'm for.
Okay. John Coyle?
Abstain.
Josephine?
For, Chair.
Anthony?
For.
Robert? Tommy?
For.
John McClary?
I'm against.
Barry?
For.
I'm for. Paul?
Abstain.
Earl?
Abstain.
Okay. Okay, 6 for, 1 against, and 4 abstaining. So that's passed. Thank you to objectors. Thank you to Tom. Okay, it's just after 4 now, so proposal there for a 10-minute comfort break. Robert and Paul all agreed. Thank you. application 4, LA 10 2022 0620.
Okay, members, so application 4 then, LA 10 2022 0620. It's an outline application for a proposed infill dwelling for C. McCarroll. And the location then is lands 100 metres north-northeast of 39 Lisdurgan Road in Fintona. The recommendation is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 4 reasons. Just to update members, you'll recall this application was presented last month and was deferred to explore alternative sites with the agent and applicant. These alternatives have been explored and the agent has submitted some sites for consideration, which unfortunately weren't in accordance with the planning policy. Planners have identified a suitable site and presented this to the agent, but this wasn't suitable to the applicant due to issues over access, over a shared laneway and proximity to farm, sheds and getting a mortgage, etc. So those discussions are ongoing and there are suitable alternatives there, I think. But in the meantime, the application that's before the council has to be determined. So it's being brought back to you today. So the application is for an infill under CTY 8. The issue really is that there's no substantial and continuously built up frontage of 3 or more buildings along a road. However, there is a gap between 2 buildings and therefore there is an opening within the policy. However, within that gap, there's room for more than 2 houses. It's also not an application under CTY 2A, although there's a focal point nearby in terms of the cemetery and the church. There are for a number of policy criteria not met within CTY 2A, and therefore the application is recommended for refusal. So on screen, members, you'll see the site location plan. You can see the site annotated there at the top of the slide with additional lands in control of the applicant in blue. The application is accompanied by a second drawing, which the applicant has identified a potential second infill site between site 1, which is our application site, and the laneway. The aerial photograph then, looking down, you can see the approximate location of the site and the adjacent property number 33. The road then runs along the front of the site before it bends around and heads over the bridge to the right-hand side. The access then to the existing dwelling and farm group is shown on the slide as well, and there's also another property shown on the slide. We'll come on to that in a second. So some critical views, members. There was discussion last month about the lack of critical views, so I've identified some of these off Google Street View and I've included these for reference today. So if you're on the Lisdurgan Road, the red star, and you're looking towards the bridge or over the bridge towards the field, that's the view there you would have. So you're approaching along the road towards the bridge, and you can see then the agricultural shed sitting up on the hill with the field in front of it. Our application site then is round to the right. The road bends around to the right and our application site's around there. Moving on up the road, the red star then really at the corner, the bend in the road with the junction with the laneways. And you can see there the road bends round to the right. There's an access into the left into the property, and then there's a private laneway with a blue little arrow on it. And that access is up to the existing farm group at the top of the slide, you can see there, and also a second farm group further along to the left. And that's a view then looking in off the private right-of-way or private access. So then if you just turn to the right of where you were there, members, and you're looking towards the application site from the bend in the road, that's the view then you would have. And you can see the land slightly above the road with a rising land then continuing on up. And you can see then behind that black fence, you can see the large shed then at the top of the field. Moving on up the road, just going up towards the application site. And that's the view looking in, and this is Google Street View, members, so the view then will be elevated. You're up high. Normal traffic or pedestrians walking along the road will be at a lower level, and the hedge then will screen it. The site is just behind that hedge where the blue line is. You can see then the large shed, the farm group way up to the left. And number 33 then is the other side of the site where the 2 large trees are. You can just make out the gable. Members, I don't know if you can from this slide, but you can just make it out. But it's well integrated with mature landscaping and around the common boundaries. So if you're at that position and you just turn around and look towards the rear again, back down the road, that's the view you would have there. Moving on up then towards number 33, and that's it there. You can see the property, as I say, well integrated and screened with mature landscaping all around. And then moving on up the road, that's the view then towards the church with the cemetery then in behind that hedge and trees on the left-hand side. So in terms of the planning policy, members, you'll note from the report, number 33 has a common frontage to the road. The road then is a red line that bends around and goes over the bridge. Property at number 43 also has a common frontage, as its garden area goes down to the road. But unfortunately, the layout and the angle of the road means there's no real gap between the two that would be suitable for the infilling of a dwelling or two dwellings. Number 39, the farm group is set back from the road by the private laneway and doesn't have a common frontage to the road. And you can see that there, remember. So number 43 has the common frontage, but number 39 does not. So in terms of the gap, though, members, there is a gap along the road and along the private laneway between the house at the top of that black line and the farm buildings at the bottom. And although the access is along a private laneway, it still would be reasonable to allow the infilling of a gap such as this, provided the distance between the two only allowed for 2 dwellings. And that's the difficulty, members, that there's room here for 4 based on the plot sizes. It's back to that issue again. So really being reasonable, looking at the average plot size of the house, our application site, room for another one as a potential second infill. You have room then for 2 more on the other side of it. So there isn't room then for 2 dwellings, there's room for 4. In terms of CTY 2A, you can see the church and cemetery then do provide a focal point. But in terms of the other policies, there's not 4 or more buildings appearing as a cluster in the landscape. The site isn't bounded by development on 2 sides, with only the house to this one side. It doesn't consolidate or round off, and the development of this site would alter the character of the area by reason of a build-up with development. So you'll note from the report, members, the reasons for refusal in relation to the policies that are listed there. I'll not go through those, but the recommendation to the same members is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 4 reasons.
Okay, thanks, Darren. Ashley, can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
That's you now. Yeah, you're
That's
very
me now.
welcome. You have 10
Good
minutes.
afternoon. Right, okay. Thanks, Darren, and your slides are very informative. Now, can I just pick up on, can you see if I present something here, from a critical viewpoint along the road, this is further along, which actually takes into consideration a street view of the large farm group here with a domestic dwelling here screened with trees, nicely screened in. You can see on the very far side, the bungalow identified already, number 33, and our infill site, which we have applied for, is between these 2 properties. Okay. Now, as we progress along the road, we can again identify this as a street view with the farm building and the house, domestic dwelling, very much in the same line as the one behind the trees, which comes onto the bend in the road. Our infill site once again presented. As Darren has pointed out, once you come to the bridge, you have critical view of the site in question, which is the potential for 2 sites and an infill gap. Behind the gap, we have a large farm shed, which ideally could accommodate a farm application down on the roadside, which would ultimately lead to an infill opportunity. And to identify what suitable infill, going back on what Darren said, we're being refused on the basis of ribbon development. Now, to demonstrate ribbon development. This is a suitable infill site. To ribbon this, we would have to be applying up here or down here to extend. Okay, and that is deemed a suitable infill. In our circumstance, we have a road which bends round. Our critical view from here identifies the farm group, or a house, and a house. In the background, we have another house, which is the applicant's house and the farm buildings. But this street view, which is along a road, is identifiable as a street view, with our two sites infilling between this dwelling and this dwelling and that group of buildings. Now, again, I go back to, if it was ribbon development, we would have been hammered for applying here or applying here. We have identified that we are trying to develop between a house and a house. The fact that the bend in the road and the house is orientated here, if those two are allowed, there is no visual impact to the road because it's elevated above the road. That is not seen. It's identified as a paddock. It's not identified anywhere along here at all. Now, further to that, I had a consultation with Brian Fury in the Environmental Health, and their take on houses on a farm, new applications for new houses on an existing farm. They have an exclusion zone which they like to retain of around 75 metres, which is a rule of thumb that we would generally use as designers. Now, when I apply that to our circumstance of, can you see that clearly?
Yeah.
Right, so when I apply that, this is the applicant's farm, and this is the farm building. This is the neighbouring farm and yard. So from the yard, we have nothing left within the farm. When I identify from the farm building on his own farm, this is all we're left with. Whatever shaded green is all we are left with to apply for an application for a house. Now, beyond that, one of the sites that was identified was off the two lanes, which in mortgage terms cannot be mortgaged. No mortgage lender will lend on a farm lane. We've come across that so many times. Even this applicant, the farmer that is in the neighbouring farm here, built this house, got so far up, applied for his mortgage, turned down. Had to borrow money from a family member to get the house completed. This gentleman here, I did the plans for the house, came back from England, built a lovely house, settled back into the environment. Within 1 year, had environmental health out, was creating a ruckus, legal ruckus with the farm here because of smells and its detriment to his living arrangements. So the points I'm putting across are quite significant. I've identified that we have very limited availability to create a site here. Where I've identified the two sites is between two plots of ground. The bend in the road is the identifying point. The fact that we have to retain an exclusion zone from environmental health reasons leads us straight back to where we've originally identified. Now, I don't think it's unreasonable that we have applied for one site with the opportunity to apply for a second. There was no rationale in applying for 2 and being turned down. I did make, and I go back to this, I did make inquiries to the planning service prior to making an application, and it was felt that we had nothing to lose, basically, in making an application. As far as I believe, the planning officer had consulted with another member of staff, a senior member of staff, and it was felt make an application. That we did, and here we are today. I would ask that the planning committee do take a look at this very, very seriously and favourably, in light of what I have identified as the only place that is buildable on the farm. I know I spoke with Darren about options, and the option identified by the department was right in the zone where the environmental health would oppose. So it's leaving us very, very little scope to apply. There is no other options. There is no other farmland in the applicant's ownership to apply within. So we have literally what is on offer. Site 2 could potentially be applied for under a farm application. It does meet a lot of the criteria, but again, it opens the floodgate to us applying for an infill site anyway. So please reason with what I've proposed, and hopefully we'll get a favourable outcome. Any questions, I'd be happy to answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, members? Glenn?
Carly, thank you, Ashley, for the representation. You did show how, in your view, the infill is sort of constituted, but I was wondering, could you maybe have done that on the site map that Darren has? If Darren maybe could flick back to the site map, just to be absolutely clear, you know.
Yeah.
Although I appreciate you did demonstrate on the documents there. So you're excluding that laneway, and you're taking kind of the house. There's kind of a unique bend there, the two.
Yeah.
So you've got the group of farm buildings at the bottom there, bottom right.
Which is outside his control. This is quite unique too, Glenn, because we've 2 farms accessing off one junction, 2 separate lanes coming into that one point, you know. 2 totally different farms.
Yeah, and you're taking there's one of those as a house linked to that farm. That's one building.
Yep.
And then the other building is the farm buildings.
Yep.
And then the next building is the one that you meet then beyond the site, just, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, there is one. If I can show you again. If you can you see this?
I can, yes.
Okay, now, see myself. So here, the hatched area is the applicant's house.
Yes.
That's the farm building.
Yeah.
On this farm.
It is, yeah.
Okay. This is the separate farm. This is a completely different farm altogether.
Yeah. But it's considered for the infill, isn't it?
Yes. Darren's considering that this portion here is part of the infill, but environmental health are completely against that. From an arrangement of, they've been at loggerheads with this previous owner.
Yes.
About smells and about vermin and about various things. And their stance is that under any new application, they would be looking for 75-metre clearance to a new house.
Yeah, so that
Which
rules that for
excludes that zone completely from building.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. And you've shaded green there, the three developments really that
Yeah.
help with the infill. Yeah. That's grand. Thank you, Ashley.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions, so thank you. And we're going to, we have a Councillor Wilson. You're with us, are you?
Yes, I think I am.
Sounds good. So, do you want to make your submission?
Yes. No, yeah. Councillor McCann, is he as well?
I have a written statement from him.
Oh, right. I just had. Yeah. Well, I know the area very well, and it's really a gentle slope from the chapel or the church on the graveyard. There are two really clustered areas there off the church on the graveyard. And I think it's number 33, the house in that area as well.
You there, Bert? Okay, I'll read out the statement from Councillor McCann, and maybe Bert will reconnect in the meantime. So this is from Councillor McCann. I understand that this application was submitted after several discussions between the agent, applicant, and our planning officials. Following a site visit between the agent and our planning official, it was generally agreed that this application did indeed meet the criteria of CTY8 and as an infill opportunity. I was disappointed that the committee deferred this application back in September for the exploration of alternative sites. A deferral for a visit to the site would have been more productive to committee, in my opinion. There are no other sites available, so what is proposed and before you today under CTY8? To explore any other sites would require a brand new planning application and would imply that there is no valid opportunity here under CTY8, and I strongly disagree with that. Indeed, any other potential application does present significant planning issues and in reality wouldn't be a viable option. The only option available to the applicant is what is before you today. From my discussions with the agent, Mr. Pearce, in recent weeks and following on from his presentation to the committee in September, it is my firm opinion that he has successfully argued the justification of approval of this application under CTY8. I understand the restraints planning policy place on our rural constituents. However, when an application comes before us which is in line with what the spirit of the policy is about, like what we have here today, we should be focused on working in favour of the applicant where we can. I believe this is such an application where the balance of the debate does fall in favour of the applicant, and this application certainly merits approval. So that's Councillor McCann's. Bert, have you rejoined us?
I'm not sure. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you anyway, so that's good for a start.
Yes.
So
well,
you after a couple of sentences there, Bert, so if you want to start again.
Right, yes. Now, well, there are two clusters, in my opinion, there. One is the church and the graveyard, and I think it's number 33 is the dwelling on that side as well. And then on the other side, there's the extensive farm and dwellings out there. Yes, I've listened to the debate, and obviously the possibilities of getting a site that fits into the criteria seem to be very difficult. But as this is the only site and the agent has put forward a fairly good case, the curve on the road there and all, I would support the application in this case. And hopefully, I agree with Councillor McCann as well. I think it would have been better to have a site meeting where something hopefully could have been thrashed out that would leave everybody with out egg on their face, put it like that. So that's really, I've seen the site, the application and that, and I'd give my support to it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Bert. Darren?
Yeah, okay, members, just to run through a few of the issues raised there. In terms of the inquiry about the application site, we do receive a lot of inquiries about potential infills, and officers would give advice, but it is purely that, members, it's advice. We cannot say you will or will not get planning permission, and it often is the case where an officer will look at a site and go, I don't really know, it's worth giving it a go. And we do say that to people, because ultimately, if that agent doesn't apply and somebody else comes along and applies, then that causes difficulty for everybody. So we would say to applicants, give it a go and see how you get on. Ultimately, the committee will look at it, I'm sure, and take it into account. But certainly officers did not say that this site should be approved under CDY 8. I can confirm that. In terms of the issues about the only place to build in the farm, this is an application under CTY 8 for infill, so it's not a house on a farm application. If it was a house on a farm application, you'd be raising different material considerations, different issues. You're going under CTY 8 here, so it must be an exception to the infill policy. In terms of the alternative sites and the views of environmental health, the 75-metre rule is an unofficial rule that they have adopted. It's not linked to any planning policy. It more than likely comes from the permitted development rights that are available for agricultural buildings, which defines that 75-metre rule. But there are many examples out there where people have built their house right beside their farm shed, and they've got, they're quite happy to live there. So there is not a rule of thumb that you have to be more than 75 away from your property. And in this case here, there's no evidence, that it's for sale or for anything. It doesn't really matter anyway. But if the applicant is living beside his farm buildings, then obviously the risk of nuisance and complaints is considerably lessened. The issue of getting a mortgage is a material consideration, and that is something planners will look at, and we will try and achieve as big a distance as we can. We'll also quite happily agree with people to let farm lanes be created, up to the house if they need to, so they don't share. Finally, then, members, in terms of the actual policy, ribbon development policy, I'll just go back to the map. If maybe you can enlarge that slightly for members, just it's becoming a greater issue with people, and there are more and more applications where this is becoming the sole issue. And we've had a number of those at committee, and I acknowledge how difficult they are. The gap here is the gap between number 33 at the top and the farm buildings at the bottom. The issue about whether you can build those buildings is not material, it's not relevant. If the farmer who owns those farm sheds at the bottom wants to build in that bottom square, he could apply for a house on a farm and he would meet policy and he could build that. So it's a case of, is there any physical reason why you couldn't build those 4 sites? And there isn't. Whether you get a mortgage, whether you go through that, those issues are not relevant. The gap is not between the house that's around the bend. As I say, the gap is between the house at the top and the farm buildings at the bottom. In terms just of the policy itself, CTY 8 is not a permissive policy. It's inherently a restrictive policy. So it says you get refused, but here's an exception. So you start off on the back foot, but the policy allows for an exception. But that is where the damage has already been done by prior development of the substantial and continuously built up frontage. Some of the comments just in a recent judicial review stated that planning should not be eager to stretch the exception for infill sites beyond breaking point, but there is scope for infill. But the idea of a continuously built up frontage should be interpreted and applied strictly rather than generously. And those are the comments of Justice Schofield in a judicial review which are material. And if the council does face a challenge, you know, we have to show we've taken those into account. So regretfully, members, there's room for 4 between the house at the top and the farm buildings at the bottom. And therefore, this wouldn't meet policy.
Okay, thank you, Darren. John Matari.
Thank you. Darren, I wonder, could you go back to the last slide you had up there with the four slots on it? The red squares.
Yep.
So if we take from the church coming down the first 2 or the upper 2 most, those face onto the road, and then the next 2 are onto the private laneway up to the second farmyard.
Yep.
And then the house immediately below those, that, because of the bend in the road, automatically has frontage onto the road. Is it a public road, or is it simply just any type of laneway that this rule for, or exception to the rule? I think it is more than a rule. Is that it's troubling me, because you've left the public at that bend, you leave the public road and you come onto the private laneways to the farms, and then it's troubling me. Obviously, coming from a different world, I have a different definition of what's a public road and what's not a public road. So I'm wondering what do the planners take as the rule towards what's a public road? Because if that's the frontage onto the public road, and then there's only 2 sites there that face onto the public road, as far as I can see. But if it's not, then obviously that changes that. So that's what's troubling me, Darren. Sorry.
Well, if I can smooth your troubles, the policy doesn't say public road, it just says road. So it can be on a private laneway, or it can be on a public road as well. And we'll see later on in the committee, if it's a long laneway, you still can get infill along private laneways. In this case, you've half and half. You have a public road along the front 2 sites, the top 2, and you have a laneway in the bottom 2. Again, that's the issue of it being public and private is not relevant to the policy. The issue is road frontage, and the gap between the 2 houses is along that road frontage.
Well, then going back to that road front, sorry for coming back in again, but then going back to that road frontage, surely the next house along with just round the bend, is the gap not between it and the other house? As we've excluded one farmyard, and the other farmyard seems to be as far away from the road as that farmyard, and the dwelling house, from my estimation, it seems to be actually orientated completely. It faces out across the valley and joins the road where it turns back on itself again, from what I remember. I seem to remember the sharp 90, you go down the hill, a slight hill after you cross the bridge, and then you take another maybe 85 degree bend going right again. So that house is facing down towards that road, even though its laneway is coming in at a straight angle. So surely that third house, is it not the one that fronts onto the road and is the one that would be counted in this, or else the one that's set further back? Sorry.
Yeah, remember, so the critical question and the policy test is that you're filling a gap between buildings, and that's what the policy allows for. It basically, because the damage has already been done, there's so much development there, filling the gap in will not change the character, affect the visual amenity of the area. On sites like this, where you have a bend in the road, the gap is not between the 2 houses, it's between the house at the top and the farm group at the bottom. If there was no bend in the road, we wouldn't be sitting here today. I have no question on that. But the bend in the road takes that house around the corner. So from the approaches along the road, also the aerial photograph as well, there's room for 4 between the buildings along that road. If you take it any other way, then you're approving the top 2, and you're also approving the bottom 2, which is 4 dwellings.
Yeah, I'm still confused, Darren, but thank you.
Paul?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I suppose going back on the conversation slightly, members, to the agent speaking rights, a lot of the discussion was on matters that we can't actually verify, discussions with other officers and environmental health. But just to be clear, there is no requirement, certainly not in planning legislation or policy, for a dwelling to be 75 metres from a farm building. It's on its own merits. But I have been involved in other applications where we have approved in full on laneways. So members, the laneway is a part of the frontage, and if 2 was granted on the top half, then we would be in a position where we would have to grant 2 in the bottom half as well. So members, the gap here along this frontage is 4, and that is contrary to policy. Thanks, Chair.
Paul, just when you have the mic there, do you want to try to define in the planning world the definition of road versus definition of lane?
Yeah, as Darren says, the policy doesn't talk about public roads, and often when you're talking about frontages or critical views, you know, even in the justification and amplification of some of the policies, they talk about laneways and the views from laneways being critical. So we would always consider the laneway as a frontage or an important view. So
does it say in the policy that it's road? Though I think Darren termed it as that in the policy it clearly states it as road as opposed to laneway. And if by stating it as road in the policy, it is making a differentiation between road and laneway.
Yeah, as I say, Councillor, if we were presented with an application with a gap on a laneway, then we would consider that, I suppose, as a road, as a frontage as well. And we have granted applications approval on that basis. And I don't think we would be bringing applications to the committee that are up laneways, which clearly qualify under CTY 8 as refusals because the laneway wasn't a road. And I suppose, taking a step back again, no matter what, you're still, I suppose, not providing for the orderly and consistent development of land. If you approve the top 2, then we will be in a position that we need to approve the bottom 2 as well.
Ms. Grant, I just want to try and probe that a little bit. Glenn, unless you want something further, sorry, Glenn, unless you want something further, John, if you just stick your hand down.
Chairman, well, I mean, I'm looking at this here, and I think in my understanding of planning, really, perception and the critical views is important, and it was probably me that wanted to maybe see more and to consider more. But of course, I do know, without visiting the site, I know this road very well, living fairly close by and traveling it many times, and it is unique in terms of that almost 90-degree bend. And for me, and in my interpretation of CTY 8 and an infill between sort of 3 buildings, I feel that the 2 sites identified in the 4 sites that Darren's presented, I believe that the 2 at the bottom aren't relevant here because they do not read as gaps. I think they front onto that laneway, and yes, a laneway is important, but in my view, and in the view of somebody driving along that road, the laneway is kind of not reading with the other properties. So in my interpretation, Chairman, I believe that there's 2 gaps, certainly room for 2. And in that case, I feel it does meet the exception under CTY 8. And on them grounds, if appropriate at this stage, obviously there may be more discussion, but I'm content to make a proposal contrary to the officer's recommendation. And really it's around the first reason for approval, which takes in the second as well. And obviously then the cluster is not relevant, nor is the reason for, you know. So I just make that proposal, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Harry?
Okay, thank you, Chair. It has been said, by our planning officials that there are a number of sites, available, but then that is contradicted by the reality that there's an inability to achieve those sites, to realise those sites. So in effect, I believe we're dealing with the only site possible. Again, I think Darren used the word permissive, that CTY8, we're not to interpret that permissively, that we are to permit it restrictively, to interpret it that way. I just wonder, maybe the truth's somewhere in the middle, neither restrictive nor permissive, because to be restrictive is really, really diminishing opportunities for people in rural areas. If we, from Mananoma District Council, have any discretion in a rural council, why would we be interpreting restrictive? We're not interpreting it permissively, but if there's a strong case to be made, is it relevant to ask, Darren, the character of the area, houses in that area, are they typically in large plot sizes? And like I could never imagine 4 houses like that on that road. That's like suburban or urban sprawl or something, it's like, and then there's other factors, I was wondering, could visibility displays be achieved? Physically on a map, like 4 bits of Lego, you could put 4 houses there, but in reality you couldn't. So those are my questions, and comments. Thank you, Chair.
Members, it's not a mass equation. It's not a A plus B equals C with the plot sizes. Really, you're looking at the plot sizes of the houses around the locality. And with this one, you can see the top of the slide there beside the cemetery. That's an average sized plot. It's not a massive plot. It's a good sized garden and a nice amenity area all around it, and it's well landscaped. Your application site is reflective of that, so it is in keeping with those other plot sizes. And that's why, for me, you then can map out the 4 spaces, taking on board that top site. So I don't think it's unreasonable to say that there's room for 4 plot sizes comparing to the other house. I don't think that's unreasonable, and I don't think anybody here is saying that. The question is whether the gap is between that house and the house around the bend. And that, members, is where I know you're talking about the permissive policy or restrictive policy. It's very important to be consistent with the policy. And we have had a number of occasions, and we've had some difficult applications before us, where this numbers game has come into it, where it's been 3 and 4. And for me, if we're making decisions as a council, the idea of being consistent is key. It's very, very difficult on this one to find any other approach than the gap is as per that plan. When you're on the ground, there really is, there's room there for the 4. The laneway is a material consideration. Driving along there, that laneway goes on up the back, past the farm and out the other side, so it is a material consideration and has to be taken into account. And when you take that all into account, there's room for 4. To say there's room for 2 wouldn't be a consistent approach with those other applications, and that would be my concern as a planning officer. In terms of whether they're actually physically able to develop and visibility displays and all those things, those matters can all be overcome. There's nothing physical on the ground that would stop somebody building. They could go ahead and develop them.
Josephine?
Thank you, Chair, and I'd like to thank Darren and Mr. Peace and the councillors for their contribution. I'm not very familiar with this area, Chair, I have to say, but just apropos to Councillor Campbell's assertion that, in fact, given the bend in the road, the 90-degree bend in the road, that the application site would read really in a way that would be constitute an exception to the policy, and that in fact the 2 potential sites up the laneway, they're off the beaten track. If you're a member of the public traveling on the public road, then you wouldn't really be impacted by any potential development up that laneway. So I just wondered if I could have Darren's comments on that, about how the sites read.
Yep. Members, if I could maybe just caution, this is not about how the sites read, to use those words. This is the gap between the buildings and whether or not there's room for 2 or 4. When you're driving along the road, you have to also take into account driving along that laneway. There's no getting away from that. And we have other applications where people have applied, and we've one later on, it's along a private laneway. You know, so if we start to differentiate between public road and private laneway, we're ruling out possible infill sites elsewhere. So I, as an officer, wouldn't be keen to encourage that. I'm sure you wouldn't either. The critical thing on this site is whether there's a gap between the house and the house, or whether it's a house and the farm, and that's ultimately the decision for members.
Okay. All right.
I know we don't often have site meetings. Could I propose that we have a site meeting in relation to this application? Because of the way the landscape is being described, you know, the angle of the road, all that type of thing. I think this one would merit a site visit. I'd propose that accordingly.
Thank you. Robert? Sorry, will you come in and just bring Paul in there?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I was just going to say, Councillor McElduff, I'm not sure that this situation is going to change from carrying out a site visit. The issue that's still going to be before you is the gap and the gap along the laneway. So even if you go out on a site visit, you will still, the issue that will come back before us again will be that gap between the building along the laneway, the end of the farm buildings to the south. And, you know, that gap can accommodate 4 dwellings. And that's contrary to policy.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Robert?
Thanks very much, Tom. No, unfortunately, I agree with the assessment by Darren and Paul in regard to, I don't think the site visit is going to help us that much. And in that case, I think the issue is ribbon development here. I am going to propose that we go with the officer's recommendation for refusal.
Paul?
I'll second Robert's proposal.
Okay, members, I have Robert's proposal for refusal, seconded by Paul. Are we all agreed? Okay. So we're voting on Robert's proposal here. Glenn?
Against, Chair.
John Coyle?
For.
Josephine?
For.
Anthony?
Against.
Robert?
4.
Tommy?
Against?
John McLaurin?
4.
Barry McElduff? Myself? Against? Paul?
Or
And Earl?
4.
Six, 4. Okay, so 6-4 and 5 against. So that's a refusal. All right.
Okay, members, so application number 4, LA 10 2022-0620 is an outline application. Recommendation was to refuse. Members have refused the application for the 4 reasons.
Okay, thank you. Going to move on to application number 5. That's LA 10 2021-0360.
So application number 5, members, LA 10 2021-360. It's an outline application for proposed dwelling under policy CTY 7 of PPS 21 as a dwelling for non-agricultural business enterprises. The applicant is D&K Monteith, and the location then is 200 metres west of 50 Church Road, Barra, with access off the Arbel Shinny Road, Barra. Recommendation is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 4 reasons. Members will recall the application was presented to the committee meeting in June, where it was deferred until the September meeting to allow submission of additional information in relation to policy CTY 6 and 7. New information has been received, including a revised description, which is now solely based on CTY 7, and the application is now returned for determination. Just to take you through, members, the policy CTY 7, I don't think that's been before committee yet, so I put it on the screen and I will return to it if you wish. It says planning permission will be granted for a dwelling house in connection with an established non-agricultural business enterprise where a site-specific need can be clearly demonstrated that makes it essential for one of the firm's employees to live at the site of their work. So the test here really is essential. And under the justification amplification there, you can see it says applicants must provide sufficient information to show there is a site-specific need which makes it essential for one of the firm's employees to live at the site of their work as against the general desire for a dwelling in association with the business. So it's a fairly high test in terms of the wording of the policy. It's essential. So the application site then, members, you'll probably recall the map was presented previously, and you can see the Arbel Shinny Road at the top left of the slide with the preferred site then annotated onto the plot beside the yellow star. The application then, the applicant is by D&K Monteith of 15 Arbel Shinny Road. And the case has been made in the supporting statement that the applicant, Derek, has applied for a new house to allow his son, Simon, to take over the business and live beside the business. The business was run by Derek, but is now run by Simon. As I say, policy allows for a new house in the countryside beside a business where there's a site-specific need that makes it essential for one of the employees to live beside it. Given the nature of this business, planning officers would agree that there is a need for a house beside the business for security reasons, amongst a number of other reasons. But there are already 2 houses nearby, number 15 and number 50. Derek, the applicant, lives in number 15, which you can see there is annotated as the family home. Number 50 then is within the red line of the application site and is annotated as being the principal farmhouse. We don't know who lives in number 50. But it is occupied, and I'll show you that in a second. So having regard to the policy, the view of officers is there's no need for a 3rd house. The question who lives in those 2 houses is an operational matter for the family and is not one for the council. So the application site is identified on the screen. You can see number 15 there is beside the Outdoor Country Pursuits Centre, which is the yellow star, and the site's just across the road. And that's the Country Pursuits Centre. So immediately to the left of that, members, across the road, sorry, is the application site. That was the site previously when it was presented to the committee in June. So you can see the condition of the site. Unfortunately, in a site visit yesterday, the site appears to have been cleared and the levels raised. So material has been brought on site by the appearance of it. The planning officers do not have any information on what that material was. Whether it's inert or where it came from, etc. Given the council's not aware of the nature of this material placed on site, then if members are progressing to approve the application, there'll be a need to defer the application to allow that issue to be properly considered, as we don't know whether there's anything in there that shouldn't be there. If the application is refused, then the enforcement team will investigate the site for a breach of planning control. So as I say, immediately beside the Country Pursuits Centre is number 15, where the applicant, Derek Monteith, lives. And you can see it's a 2-storey red brick house with extensions and buildings out to the rear. The other property then within the red line of the application site, you can see in the top right of the slide is the number 50, which is annotated as the principal farmhouse. And you can see then the aerial image on the left of the location of that building, and that's a photograph then of that house. So it is an occupied house. It's currently occupied as well, and is within the applicant's control. So the recommendation then is to refuse planning permission. The first two reasons really have been overtaken by the clearing of the site and the land raising that appears to have gone on. But CTY 7 would still be an issue in terms of it has not been demonstrated there's an essential need for the applicant's son to live in a new dwelling at their site of their work. And therefore it's contrary to CTY 1 as there's no overriding reasons why this development is essential.
Okay, thanks, Darren. Now we have Bert, are you with us?
I hope so.
Very good. We
Hello?
hear you. We hear you.
Right.
So you have 5 minutes, Bert, as usual.
Right. Now or later? It's not. It wouldn't be yet.
Now is as good a time as any.
Oh, right. Well, the applicant has a very extensive business there. In fact, I happened to visit on Saturday, and JB Plant had their workmen all at it there, and it was really good to see that in some of our rural areas. It has your video showed up a really wooded area that a dwelling can be fitted into and be integrated into without causing any disturbance to the area or any unnecessary visibility. The nature of the business is such that it needs constant security and has special restrictions placed on it. So, which means that somebody, yes, a work person or somebody must be living in the area. The new owner would need to be on site for safety and security reasons, and not living in a village 2 or 3 miles away. The area is heavily wooded, and there would be no problem integrating a dwelling into the area. It would also form a cluster with the existing business that is there, which would be a benefit in the rural area rather than having scattered areas. It would also, and I think it's probably at the back of his mind, be for the future. He is obviously looking in front of himself that his father and mother, Derek, and the wife are, like a lot of us, moving on in years. And he would be there if necessary to assist them in the future. The farm dwelling obviously is not applied for under the to do with the farm. There is a pretty extensive farm attached to that area, but and I think that Derek would maybe run that farm in his spare time. But anyway, I believe that yes, this house is needed. It's needed beside the business, and the business is very extensive. The number of people that were at it on Saturday, it's hard to believe it's that out in one of our rural areas that business is going on. And I believe that they do need the dwelling for the young Simon, and I would have no hesitation in supporting that application. I think the councillors, when making up their mind, would need to realise that in the Omagh council area, we have very little attractions to the area other than the Gorton Lanes, and this to me was something that I didn't realise was going on in our midst, and I think it should be encouraged. So I would have no hesitation in supporting the application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bert. And Darren?
Okay, members, to say that the critical issue here is the policy test, which says that the new dwelling should be essential for the business. As there's 2 houses there already. This would be a third one. If there were no houses there, we wouldn't be here today, but there's two houses, as I say, sitting there already. One is the applicant's house, which he lives in, and there's another one on up the lane, which somebody else lives in, but is in their control, and we don't know who it is. So this would be a third one on the sort of the business, and that's the reason why it doesn't meet policy.
Okay, thank you, Darren. And Glenn?
Chairman, I want to, I was not present at the previous meeting in June when this appeared, and there is a link, I suppose a link been made to the business, and I have declared an interest previously on an application related to the business, and for that reason, and belatedly apologies, I'm declaring an interest and I'd be requested to be removed to the lobby. Chairman, thank you.
Okay, we'll facilitate that. Maybe, or maybe not.
Or I can leave or come back. The lobby would be better, as I won't have to guess when to come back in.
Okay, Glenn is in the lobby. Robert?
Yeah, thanks very much. We talked about this before, the application. It was basically, I think, and Darren can keep me right, it was a dwelling in the countryside linked to a farm business. I think probably the material facts that we've got to try to disaggregate here is that whilst the application is based on land within the control of the farm business on which there is a dwelling that is occupied, the now application is related to the Country Sports Centre, which is disaggregated from the farm as far as I can see, as alluded to by Councillor Wilson. So whilst there might be an interest from the applicants in both, the two businesses are separate. And in my mind, that creates a distinct gap between the two. So the information that was asked for and is now being supplied by the applicant has stated, and I think, Darren, you can keep me right on this, that the applicant is retiring from the business and he has handed the business over to his son. So am I wrong in that the dwelling site then is for the son, the new dwelling is for the son, so that he will be close to the business, and the business, he needs to be close to the business. Now, we can't assume, I don't think as a committee, that the applicant is withdrawing from the business. So he won't necessarily, even though he lives beside the business currently, he may not be there all the time to be actually on call to the business. And that's why the son needs to be close at hand to actually then become the first point of contact. And I think that is material. I think the issue about the occupation of the farm business, whilst material, I don't think actually impacts, or shouldn't, in my opinion, impact on the country sports business. The two businesses are separate. They've not been connected. There's an assumption here, I think, that we are connecting them and they should be disaggregated. And because of that, I believe the case has been made under CTY 7 for an essential worker for the business, for continuity and security, because of the special reasons of the business. And the business is not connected with a farming business. And for that, I'm actually going against the planning officer's recommendation, and I am going for an approval. And I think then, because of that, condition 4 will fall. I'm saying condition 3 will fall because I think the evidence provided is essential, and 1 and 2 then can be looked at subject to if it becomes an approval. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Could I just clarify, members, that the policy test here and what the planners are applying, if we go back to it, is not related to farming at all. The farming is gone. It's now under CTY 7. And the policy is saying, is there a need for, an essential need for one of the employees to live at the site of their work? So there's a business there already with a house beside it that the father lives in. He's retiring. This is not a retiring policy. So this is there a need for somebody to live beside the business? That's the policy. So the fact he's retiring and moving away from the business is neither here nor there to the policy. Who lives in the house beside the business, that's what the policy is concerned about. And that's where the policy would be saying that, well, who lives in that house is an operational matter for the family to decide. If the son's taken over, the father moves elsewhere and the son moves into it, there's no need for a new house. Also, you have that second house up the lane. We as a council don't know who lives there. It's within the red line of the application sites and it's clearly under the control of the applicant, who is Derek Monteith, who is part of the business. So to split them off, really, I think, is stretching things, members. But it's ultimate decision for you. Yes, I agree that. But I think it's really stretching the policy too far.
I'll come back, Chair, if that's happy enough. I like your analogy about stretching the policy too far. What you didn't say is that stretching broke the policy. So there's still, yeah, and that's my interpretation of what you're saying. And my interpretation is that it is an essential requirement because of the change in ownership of the business. And I'm happy to go forward with that as a proposal.
Could I just confirm then, when I said that, I meant you're beyond the policy, you're beyond the spirit of the policy?
You were caught in your own words, Darren.
I have no problem with this one, but it's up to members to decide what to do.
Clarified by Darren there. Yeah. Okay, and Earl?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to Darren for the report. I don't know, this has been before us before. My interpretation would be the same as Councillor Irvine's, that we have to separate the thing out. And with that, bearing in mind that the evening's going on, I'm prepared to second Councillor Irvine's proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. John McLaren?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was going to come in. I think we're polluting the water here by linking these people as family members. This is a transfer of a business and the new owner now requires accommodation. And the fact that he's related, if this was a totally outside person, I think it would have a totally different impact. And we're basically changing the rules because it's within a family rather than if this was somebody outside bought it, took over this business, they would require a home beside it. So I think we need to exclude the family connections here and just look at it as purely as an application looking for a house beside a business that it is essential. So I'm happy to support the application.
Okay, thanks, John. Okay, Josephine?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks to Darren for his report. Can I just ask Darren, Chair, to clarify regarding the environmental issues on the site and also his earlier comment about materials having been brought to the site? Could Darren just clarify that a little more, Chair? Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so members, that was a condition of the site whenever I first visited. And as you can see, that's the condition today or yesterday. So it appears, and I stress that, members, it appears that the site has been raised and it appears that fill has been brought to the site to lift it up, lift the levels up to the out of the previous ground levels. As I say, it appears it needs investigation and that's where I don't want to infer anything or insinuate anything against the applicant, but certainly it needs explored and considered. And that's where I'm saying to members, if they are going to approve this, it should be approved subject to being passed back to officers to investigate that. And that'll be in the form of a report where the landowner will go in and dig trial pits and give us information on what exactly has been put in there, because if there has been material, we don't know what it is. And it could be potentially polluting the nearby water courses.
Okay.
Chair, I suppose I have my 5 minutes up and can't do that.
No, you can't.
Can't speak at all.
No.
Can't speak at all.
No, you cannot. I'm glad that you confirmed that for me. Okay. I'm not seeing any other indications, so I have a proposal on the table by Robert, seconded by Earl, for an approval. Are we all in agreement? No? Okay, so the vote is on the approval proposed by Robert and seconded by Earl. Glenn is gone. So John Coyle?
Against Roberts.
Okay. Josephine?
For.
Anthony?
Against.
Robert?
For.
Tommy?
Against.
John McLaughlin?
For.
Barry? Myself against? Paul Robinson?
For.
And Earl?
For.
Okay, it's 5-5, and the casting vote comes to me, and I'm against. Okay. So Darren.
Okay, members, so application number 5, LA 10 2021-0360. The recommendation was to refuse planning permission for the 4 reasons. The application was refused for those 4 reasons.
Okay, thank you. And just to acknowledge, Bert, you're still with us?
Yes. No, just what I was going to say is that I can now, as I said, you can move soil around on your own farm.
No,
And,
Bert, sorry.
Yes.
That wasn't what I had intended at all. So
Oh,
perhaps
sorry.
I'll do the talking and that'll solve this problem. Just to acknowledge that this is your last appearance
Yes,
of
that is
many
right.
at the planning application, and we will keep it in the spirit that you've always conducted it very professionally. So just to acknowledge that,
Yes.
Bert. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and that has, I've always enjoyed the cut and thrust of it, and sometimes it was some you won, some you lose.
There you go. All right,
Thank you
Bert,
very much.
you.
Right,
All
thank you.
bye-bye. Okay, we're going to move along. I'm going to ask Glenn to come back in. He's back in. Very good. Excellent. And we're moving to application number 6, and that is LA 10 2022-0599.
Members, just to give you an update, I know we had discussed this at the beginning, application number 6. There was a request from the agent for a deferral as they had missed the opportunity to request speaking rights. Subsequent to that, members, I've been advised there's an email received yesterday late, and it includes confidential information in support of the application. That confidential information is not included within your report, and you're not aware of that. So unfortunately, members, planning officers would request the application is deferred until December to allow that to be taken into account because it is material.
I'll propose.
Thank you.
I'll second, Chair.
Thank you. All agreed? Okay, moving along. So we're moving to application number 7, and that's LA 10 2020-1255. And on that one, let me see. Application. We have Mr. McAllister, we have Tom Elliott, and Aidan McCann. So Mr. McAllister, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. he should be in person. So Peter's gone out there to,
I'll have to leave maybe about 6:10. I have a SWA public meeting to attend at 7, so just to be aware that I have to leave early.
it's okay, thanks, John.
Okay, members, so.
Have we another objective?
Tom, no.
Is that
Aidan McCann? Do you want to call him forward?
Yeah. Aidan McCann, are you with us? Yeah. Do you just want to take a seat, Tom? Do you want to come up and if you show Aidan there on them seats? Okay, Darren.
Okay, members, so application number 7 then, LA 10 2020-1255, a full application to replace an existing wind turbine from a 30-metre tower and 33-metre rotor diameter to a proposed 40-metre tower and 54 rotor diameter. The applicant then is P. Kelly, and the location then is 430 metres south of 22 Derry Allen Road, Screeby and Trillick. I'll just take you through, members, the details on this. So there, on the right-hand side of the slide, then you can see the aerial photograph with the Derry Allen Road then in red across the top of the slide. There's then two circles, and you can see there's 2 turbines located. So for ease of reference here, members, you have turbine site 1 is the top circle. That's 220 metres south of 22 Derry Allen Road. And then you have turbine site 2, which is 437 metres south of 22 Derry Allen Road. The application that we have before us today relates to turbine at site 2, which is over at the Yellow Star. Okay. So critical views then, members, I'll take you into those just first of all. So that the turbine at site 1 is over on the left, and then the turbine at site 2 is on the right-hand side, and these will be the critical views in from the surrounding roads. As you go on up the road then, closer towards the application site, you can see the turbine at site 1 and the turbine at site 2. So the one on the left has approval for a 30-metre and 27 rotor, and the one on the right now is 40 and 64 rotor diameter. The site plan then, the access is along the existing laneway which serves the turbine, and it's in green, with the application site then in red, additional lands then in the control of the applicant in blue. Block plan then is a red line around the existing turbine and the site of the proposed turbine. So you can see there the existing wind turbine is to be replaced with this new turbine with the existing access to the public road unaltered. So this is the turbine that's approved on the site, and it has a 27, it has a 30 metre to hub and 46 to the tip height. So initially the application was to increase the hub height up to 50 metres with a 27-metre rotor diameter. The applicant has amended that now and is going for a 40-metre hub height and a 27-metre rotor. So really, members, the question before you today is the differences between the tower on the left that has approval and the one on the right. So the one on the left has a 30-metre high tower to the hub, which is the middle of the blades. The one on the right then, you can see then has a 40-metre high tower. The overall height of the proposed turbine now is 67 as opposed to 46. That's essentially the test, the question you have before you today in terms of the planning policy, the recommendation to refuse. So the applicant has helpfully provided wireframe analysis and photo montages. Okay. Yes, a wireframe and photo montages of the existing turbines, and that's shown in the slide in front of you. And then you can see the proposed turbines. So these are viewpoints along the public road, and they give an indication of the height, the scale, and the location of the new turbine. So you can see on the right-hand side, turbine site 2, our application is 2020-1255. So that's the proposed one. If we just go back, members, for ease of reference, that's the previous slide. That's the current one. Again, moving on up the road, that's the view then looking at the 2 turbines of the existing turbines and the approval on site 1. And that's the difference really. So I just go back. So on turbine at site 2, the change is from that essentially to that. Impact upon nearby sensitive receptors is an important material consideration, members, and you can see the turbine in the location as the yellow star, the number of houses that are all around the site, and also the other turbine with the blue star and the proximity to neighbours there. So the application is accompanied by noise information and shadow flicker information, and that demonstrates that there will be no adverse impact upon these sensitive receptors subject to conditions. Shadow flicker is an important issue that has been raised throughout the application by the third parties. So this is the shadow flicker report, which identifies the nearby properties. And I've just cut and pasted that out, members, for you to see. You can see the yellow star is the location of the turbine, and the coloured lines then are the shadow flicker that will be impacted. And you can read then the comment within the report that finds the thresholds are all acceptable apart from 2 houses, so 19 and 21. But a planning condition will go on to stop the turbine spinning whenever there is an impact upon those 2 properties. So that's just another map then, members, showing the location of those 2 properties, so you can see them there either side of the site. So members, you'll note from the report, the recommendation then is to refuse permission, subject to one reason, that the proposal is contrary to PPS 18, and that the replacement turbine would result in an unacceptable adverse impact on the visual amenity and landscape character of the area.
Okay, thanks, Darren. Okay, Ms. McAllister, you can still hear us okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, you have 10 minutes, if you
Okay.
wish.
Thank you. Thanks for your time this afternoon. So my name is Shanti McAllister. I'm the owner and director of my own landscape planning and design company. I've worked in the assessment of wind turbines in the Northern Irish landscape for about 22 years, and I prepared the landscape and visual appraisal for this single turbine. So as the officer has already noted, there is already a single turbine on this site, and the proposal is to replace it with a slightly larger one. The reasons for the increase in dimensions are to improve energy efficiency, but this increase also has a benefit in relation to noise reduction and shadow flicker. Because the single reason for refusal relates to its appearance. I am going to set out the key points related to this. But I do also think it's worth noting just at the outset that both the Planning and Environmental Health Departments of the Council have confirmed that there will be no significant impact on residential amenity by way of noise, shadow flicker or visual amenity. And in fact, the increase in the dimensions of the proposed turbine means that it will be quieter than the existing turbine. This application also allows the planning department an opportunity to impose conditions relating to both noise and shadow flicker, which are not currently attached to the existing development, which does allow for tighter planning control. I think it's also worth noting that the council's own wind energy strategy, which was prepared to inform the draft development plan, is supportive of a single turbine of this nature in this location. The council strategy recognises that single turbine developments occur frequently within lowland landscapes such as this one, and are one of the defining landscape and visual characteristics of such landscapes. So therefore the proposed turbine would not form an incongruous feature that would be out of place in this landscape. The repowering of existing turbines, which is what this development is, with larger ones, is recognised in the council strategy as a suitable way of increasing generating capacity and efficiency whilst also minimising visual impact and cumulative effects. The proposed turbine, in my opinion, is also located in accordance with SPPS, PPS 18 and the supplementary and best planning practice guidance notes which are attached to the PPS. It's not within a designated landscape, nor would it be visible from one. The SPPS notes that wind energy developments may be highly visible, but this should not preclude them as acceptable features. The overall character of the existing landscape should be taken into account when deciding what is acceptable. And this principle is reflected in the DMO report in relation to their conclusion that the effects of the proposed turbine on residential visual amenity are acceptable. And to quote from the DMO report on page 7, they note that the proposed turbine does not dominate any of the houses or lead to a loss of amenity from overshadowing, etc. The best practice guidance to PPS 18 also refers to the degree of impact that a proposed development will have on the existing character of the landscape. And I would suggest that this effect is minimal because the existing character of both the areas immediately surrounding the proposed site and the wider landscape are already characterized by single turbines. The supplementary planning guidance to PPS 18 uses the Northern Ireland Landscape Character Assessment to define broad levels of sensitivity to wind energy developments within landscape character areas. This turbine is located in the Brocken Mountain Landscape Character Area. The SPG notes that prominent upland areas within the Brocken Mountain LCA are highly sensitive, but that sites which are not associated with distinctive hilltops and skylines are less so. Man-made elements are also noted in the SPG to reduce sensitivity, and these man-made elements include forestry, sand and gravel extraction, rural properties, farmsteads and road corridors, all of which occur in proximity to the proposed turbine or within the wider landscape. You have seen a number of the visuals that have been produced up on the projector screen. In total, the LVIA included a total of 5 representative viewpoints and also zone of theoretical visibility diagrams, which accompany a detailed written analysis of the proposed turbine. And I am assuming that the members have already had sight of this report or will have access to it. I would like to note that best practice guidance on the preparation of landscape visual appraisals requires viewpoints to be selected from publicly accessible locations, not private viewpoints. That is best practice, and that these viewpoints are chosen so that they represent typical views within a study area, as opposed to the absence of views. So whilst there are 5 viewpoints presented here, there are also a lot of parts of this area that there are no views of this turbine. So you're looking at, the clearest types of views you might get in the surrounding road network. The increase in dimensions that has been shown on the graphics you've seen just previous to this would result in an overall increase in height and rotor diameter of approximately 21 meters and an overall increase in hub height of 10 meters. Those increases may sound large, but the ZTV diagrams that are included in the LVA demonstrate that these increases will not result in a substantial increase in visibility over and above that exists with the existing turbine that's already present on site, and this turbine will replace it. So the existing turbine is visible, and that's theoretical visibility across 18.8% of the 10-kilometer study area that we used in the LVA. Theoretical visibility is because the ZTV diagrams are based on bare ground topography and don't take into account vegetation or any variations in topography below 50-meter contours. So there's a lot of drumlin topography variation, which would further limit visibility here, and also substantial amounts of vegetation. The proposed replacement turbine would lead to a 5.3% increase in theoretical visibility, but there would still be just under 76% of a 10-kilometer radius around this turbine where there would be no views of the turbine, it using bare ground topography. It's also very important to notice that there would be no comparison between the existing and proposed turbines because one would replace the other. And just finally, I understand that a file note has been submitted by the applicant, which provides a list of single turbines with planning approvals within the Fermanagh area over the past 2 years. There are a total of 31 such applications, of which 25 have a tip height in excess of 67 meters, which is what this proposed turbine is. Within 5 kilometers of the proposed turbine, there are 8 such approvals, and 5 of these have a tip height in excess of 67 meters. There have been no wind turbine application refusals over the same period of time. And these statistics really make it clear that there is a trend towards larger turbine dimensions, just commercially, practically, in terms of energy generation, and that these are all receiving planning consent by the council. And if the visibility of the cumulative developments that fall within 10 kilometres of this study of this turbine are taken into account, there is currently visibility of single turbines across 49.9% of the study area. And the proposed turbine, if it was added into this visibility, would only increase overall visibility by 0.01%. And you can see those statistics listed on the ZTV diagrams that were included in the LVA report. So I think in conclusion, the proposed turbine, in my professional opinion, is in accordance with both national policy guidance and emerging council strategy documents. It is not within a designated landscape, nor would it have any effects on such a landscape. The existing and established character of the landscape surrounding the proposed single turbines is that of a working agricultural rural landscape, which is largely defined by man-made elements. Single turbines are already a common and established element of both landscape and visual character. And in this context, the proposal to replace an existing single turbine with a slightly larger one should not be controversial. It's wholly appropriate. So that's, I hope, my 10 minutes. No, under my 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks very much for your time.
Have we any questions? No, no questions. So that was.
Hand up there, Chair.
John?
Yeah, I wonder, Shanti, could you you might have covered it, but I did pick up on a bit of it. What is the difference in the noise between this new turbine and the old one? And again, the difference in the flicker effect between this one and the one that's already there?
I'm afraid I can't answer any questions on noise or shadow flicker because I'm the landscape architect, so I did not do either the noise or the shadow flicker analysis, I'm afraid. So I'm speaking because the reason for refusal is based on visual. I know there are two. I know the planning consultant is in the room with you, or is in the council meeting room, so they might be able to answer that if that's possible. Or it will be in the LVA report, in the planning submission.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, no other questions? You take your hand down for me, John. I'm going to move on and ask Aidan McCann to make your presentation. Aidan, you have 5 minutes. Just push the button, yeah. That's it.
I'm Aidan McCann. I live in one of the houses, one of the two that's closest to the property, approximately 270 metres away. I firstly state I don't want to be here. I feel I'm pushed to be here to defend my case and the case of those around me, even though I haven't been talking to any of them. I'm not just an objecting local. I'm a qualified electrical consultant for over 21 years. I have qualifications in wind turbine installations and a degree in sustainable energy. Just finished the Southwest College where we've 520 kilowatt of clean energy, which we can't put on the grid because we have so much wind energy here and overuse of turbines and single turbines in the community. I'm very pro green energy and I can't be accused of NIMBYism because I had no issue with the other turbine, T1, getting slightly larger, but I have issue with this one getting so much bigger. I take grievance at the agents mention that it's only slightly bigger. The blades are 64% bigger. I just can't get over that fact that it's only slightly. The proposal in itself for the turbine is on the grounds of efficiency, but that's fundamentally flawed as this machine's a 500 kilowatt machine that's derated to 250. So it's already been inefficient in that it's not operating to its potential. It's just there to maximize profit from the Northern Ireland Renewable Obligation Certificates. It's not the most efficient application of this machine, and further lowering it by 10 metres is even making it more inefficient just to try and get it across the line. I think it's just about profiteering and not about efficiency at all. This turbine has even been included before this application, which proves that it should never have been there in the first place. We have a unique location here where the turbines are located in Tyrone and all the objectors are in Fermanagh, so they're not benefiting from local advertisements. I believe if anybody would have knew about the first turbine, it would have been objected to and probably never been in place in the first place.
I know there's discussions about visual amenity, but I have some issues with flicker and noise still. I'm 270 metres away from this turbine. The usual guidelines would have been 10 metres rotor diameter guidance, so I'm well within that. I don't know how a larger turbine proves shadow flicker. So again, the unique topology and geography of where I'm located in regard to the sun path and the height in regard to me and the turbine, I don't believe that the software has given you a true reflection of the actual shadow flicker. I've actually sent videos to the planners of shadow flicker. I've never got acknowledgement of those. I would consider them to be more material value than a software prediction, but I haven't heard any response back from those. And on the noise point of view, I think there was a recommendation to put in something about AM amplitude modulation, which is about the swish noise, but it was removed from the planning report. I don't know why, but there is an outstanding noise complaint on the existing turbine, and I will still be following that up and on any future turbine if it is ever approved. Like I said, I sent a video in about flicker. I sent a letter in April, which wasn't acknowledged and isn't on the planning portal. I sent an email looking for an update on the 23rd of September. I got no response, other than we get the new planner to get back to you. None of the objectors have been informed of this meeting. I take it they would have been here, the others, if they had knew. So I don't know. I'm quite a quiet person. I don't want to be here, like I said. But I feel I have to say something on behalf of the objectors. I do think this is about profiteering. My house, I've been told by professional qualified valuers that I could be zero valued for a mortgage with the existing turbines, never mind if this large one goes up. So I have to tell my wife and my child that we can't live in a nice house because of other people profiteering. I've been very quiet about this to date. I've only sent in a few letters. I haven't looked to garner support. I haven't talked to other objectors. All the objectors are individual and all very valid. I think that should be recognised. But I am, like I said, I'm very annoyed that this has been trying to be forced through, making the turbine shallower in depth to try and get it past. I think there's no appetite for this in the local community. And I think if the committee members or commissioner were to come out and view the site, I think there would only be one reasonable outcome.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aidan. And we any questions? No, doesn't look like you have any questions, Aidan. So thank you. Tom, you have 5 minutes. See if we can get you on there. There you go.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair and committee members. Obviously, don't live as close as Mr. McCann to the application, but I do live quite close. There are a couple of wind turbines are closer to me than this particular one. So I don't have the experience of directly being as close as that. But just to say, and I did hear a question asked there about the noise and the shadow flicker. My understanding is from this, and it's in the reports that I have read, is that it's a much quieter machine and there are mitigation measures for the shadow flicker, which are automatic. So I would hope that it will be, I suppose, more accommodating and more helpful to the local people. Clearly, that appears to have been supported by the planning service, who have indicated that there isn't an issue with shadow flicker or noise, that they're quite supportive and acceptable to that. On the issue of going into the grid, the amount of electric, obviously we are living in very difficult times now. The energy costs are soaring, and I understand that this particular turbine will be putting not only energy into the grid, electricity grid, of renewable energy, but it will also be servicing the family robot milking system as well, a brand new efficient robot milking system on the family farm. So it will be servicing that as well. So quite clearly, that is positive. I recall I was on the Environment Committee at Stormont when the Assembly was actually sitting chairman, and there was a councillor in this room here as well was on that same committee when we carried out a report into wind energy, and I suppose we listened to a huge amount of issues around wind turbines, difficulties with them, and we also listened to the positives of it as well, and we had to make up our mind on that report as well. But we did recognise at that time that we couldn't forever survive on just fossil fuels, and that we had to develop renewable energy that was practical and, I suppose, cost effective, and wind energy is one of those mechanisms. On the issue of that it has been turned down on, which is clearly just the visual aspect, Ms. McAllister has explained that extremely well, and I know, knowing the location, it is actually set in between two drumlins. It's in a valley almost, and yes, there is an increase of height, of course, but the initial application was in for 50-metre turbine, and he has reduced it to 40 to try and accommodate that visual aspect of it. So I am pleased that the planners have recognised that hopefully it will be a quieter machine, that it will be less shadow flicker because of the mitigation measures that's inbuilt into the system, and that the only issue is the visual aspect, which I have to say from my perspective, and you've heard from the expert, that it is not a significant increase in that visual aspect whatsoever, Chair. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Okay, Darren.
Happy to take any questions, members.
Josephine?
Well, thank you, Chair, and thanks to Darren for his report, and to Ms. McAllister, Mr. McCann and Mr. Elliott for their contributions. Now, Chair, clearly we would be very concerned as a council regarding the impact of any development on residential amenity. My first question for Darren would be, in his report, Chair, Darren specifically referred to houses 19 and 21, and I think Mr. McCann resides in one of those houses. Those would be the houses nearest to the application site. And if I understood it correctly, Chair, Darren has stated that the planning conditions could be introduced that would, reduce any impact from noise or shadow flicker on these dwellings. I note that Mr. McCann seems to be contesting that. So if I could just have a little bit of clarity on that. And secondly then, this planning application is before us solely on the basis of visual impact. So could I also then get Darren just to show us the slide again, the existing turbine and the proposed new turbine, just so that we can look at it again and compare it. Ms. McAllister, in her report, has stated quite clearly that the visual impact would be very minimal. So thank you, Chair, for that.
Yeah, happy to answer that. Councillor, so the two issues really that would affect the neighbouring amenity are noise and shadow flicker. And the applicant has included information on both of those potential impacts. In the noise, issue of noise, the planning officers have consulted environmental health, who are the experts in interpreting the information. They have come back to us and said that the predicted noise levels in their view are correct. And the issue here is that it's not that there should be no noise, it should be that there's allowed to be a certain amount of noise up to a certain level. With those conditions, the environmental health are telling planning that this will have a noise from it, but it's within those levels. It's within the guidelines. So it'll not exceed them, it's within them. In terms of the shadow flicker, that report has come in and it goes through and tries to model out the impact upon the neighbours, and it identifies that there will be 2 properties will be impacted. Now, the shadow flicker, again, you're allowed to impact on properties. There's a threshold though, and if you go above that, that's unacceptable. For the large majority of the houses in the area, it's below the threshold. The 2 properties that are exceeded, there's a condition on that the turbine switched off when the shadow flicker will occur. So that then gets it below the threshold, so there'll be no impact. So essentially, noise and shadow flicker are mitigated by conditions to be acceptable. In terms of the visuals, I say the agent has picked up or pointed out there are a number of viewpoints identified within their wireframe analysis. For me, having visited the site, these are the ones that I would pick out to be the most important. The other ones, yes, there are visual impacts, but these are the critical ones. Remember, so I'll run through them again. So this is the wireframe and photo montages of the existing turbines. You can see in the slide at the top, the existing ones. Our turbine then is turbine site 2 on the right-hand side. So that's existing. And then this is the proposed. So I'll just go back. So that's existing, members. If you look over on the right-hand side, that's the existing one, and that's the proposed one. In terms of the other critical views, so that's, you can see in the middle of that slide, members, there's a gable of a house. You can see the bungalow in the centre of it. So if you go on up the road, that's that property. So you're approaching closer towards the application site, and you can see that property there. So on the right-hand side is the existing turbines and the approved one as well, in the wireframe analysis, and that's the difference. So again, turbine site 2, you're moving from that to that.
Glenn?
Yes, Chairman. Well, thank you for that response. Darren, sort of, I suppose, refocusing the visual impact. And I suppose, you know, someone who lives close to wind turbine, and I think a lot of people are familiar, certainly concerns would be around noise and shadow flicker, of course, as well as the visual impact. And I suppose in light of the mitigations in place around shadow flicker and the fact that our noise seems to be acceptable and is acceptable within the guidelines, for me, as for the officers, clearly it relates to the visual impact, and I have to say that I have to go against the officers. I do think that visually, if that's the sole issue here, and that's what I understand to be the main issue, and I acknowledge we have had representations from the objector, and I acknowledge that I'm sure as he has alluded to, he's not the only one who has a view on this. But I do feel that the mitigating in terms of noise and shadow flicker was key for myself in my interpretation of the policy, and I am of the view that the visual impact, given what has been before, that it's not a significant visual change, and for that reason, I would be prepared to propose contrary to the officer's recommendation that I would be content with an approval for the application. Chairman, thank you.
Anthony?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I was just looking through that and thinking about it too, and I'd be keen on the same vein as Glenn there to kind of go against the officer recommendation. And I don't know whether it's your information up, but when Tom mentioned there that would be helpful to this guy in his farm and cut down bales and stuff like that when he starts his robotic milking, which that would be a good thing too. So I'll second Glenn's recommendation.
Yeah. Josephine?
Thank you, Chair. Well, Chair, I would be happy to support Councillor Campbell's proposal that we go against the officer's recommendation, seconded by Councillor Feely, but on the condition that there are strict planning conditions that will ensure that those 2 households who live closest to the wind turbine, that their living amenity is protected, because this is something that is very important. But also I agree with Councillor Feely that, the development of wind turbines to support the production of green energy is something that this council supports. And we all know the very high energy costs that currently exist. And I would hope and expect that this development would increase the efficiency of the turbine and reduce the applicant's energy costs. So happy to support Councillor Campbell's proposal, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Josephine. And Glenn, if you could take your hand down for me. I'm not seeing any other indications, so I have the proposal to go against the officer's recommendation and grant approval, proposed by Glenn and seconded by Anthony. Are we all in agreement? Okay, all agreed? Darren?
Okay, members, so the application LA 10 2021-255, the recommendation was to refuse permission. Members have granted planning approval for the turbine. In relation to conditions, members, could I ask the power to attach conditions as delegated back to officers, and we can agree those and attach those to those, and that will include conditions in relation to noise and the shadow flicker as well.
Anthony proposed. And Paul seconded. All agreed? Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Aidan, Tom. And Mr. McAllister.
Thank you.
It's only 10 minutes. We're going to have to come back in. Eh? I thought that was 6 o'clock. Was 4 hours? Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yes. Yes. The agent sent it out, she happens.
Okay, members, as it's now 11 minutes past 6, I don't believe that we're going to finish all of the business, so I'm not taking any more applications, unfortunately, this afternoon. But what I do intend to do is take a couple of the reports because we still have a few minutes as yet, and I'd like to take item number 7 to note the schedule of planning decisions.
Thanks, Chair. Maybe just to say a couple of words, members, and this is the planning decisions that was issued in October. And I suppose just to note the drive, I suppose our officers working really hard, both the development management and administration teams, they clear decisions prior to the sort of closing down of the system and the new portal. So 140 decisions were issued in October. And that's, I suppose, significantly more than what we'd be averaging each month. So again, thanks to all officers for their hard work. Thanks, Chair.
And certainly as Chair of Planning, I echo that. Robert?
Yeah, I would concur with your comments, Chair. Well done and proposed noting. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron?
Concur with the comments and second the noting, Chair.
Okay, thank you. All agreed? Okay, move to item number 8 to note the update on planning enforcement in October.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Members, just again, give you just a quick summary. Plenty of enforcement activity in October again. We had 3 breach of condition notices issued. We had 11 enforcement cases closed and 19 new cases open. So again, a lot of activity across the enforcement team. Sitting out a live enforcement files of 208, which is slightly more than what we would, I suppose, like. But we'll keep the progress rolling and hopefully those figures will come down. Thanks, Chair.
Robert?
Propose noting the report, Chair.
Thank you. And Paul?
Second it.
All agreed, members? Thank you. Item number 9, date report on planning appeals. Okay. And we're happy enough to call it at that. Okay, members, that concludes all the work you have for this afternoon, so in planning at least. And thank you all very much. Yes.
Just the reconvened meeting, members, will be held on Monday, the 21st at 10 a.m. and will be here in the town hall.
Okay, and I give my apologies for that. So you'll need another chair for that morning session. So thank you. Safe home for those that are traveling, and thank you for those that have joined us online.
Thanks, Chairman.